Yeah. You do that.
I was trying to be very quick. All right, calling to order Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education meeting. Let's do a roll call.
Member Jean?
Here.
Member Kayada?
Here.
Member Benjamin?
Here.
Member Navarro?
Here.
Member Rhodes?
Present.
Member Singh?
Here.
Member Ibarra?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Perfect. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
All right, thank you. We're going to head to closed session. All right, welcome everyone. Calling back to order the Board of Education, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, moving on to item 4.2, broadcast statements. Student member.
This meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Sunday, February 23rd at 9 a.m. and Monday, February 24th at 12 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/metrocable14. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode.
Thank you. Item 4.3, we have our stellar students introduced by board member April Ibarra.
Thank you. I want to start by inviting our stellar student Bella Lipscomb. And along with her mom and family, you guys can come up with her. This is cool. It's a special moment. Bella is a 6th grade student at Earl Warren Elementary School. And I'm going to read a statement that was given to us by her teacher and why she was selected as our stellar student to be recognized this evening. According to her teacher, Arlette Garcia, Bella is an outstanding 6th grade student at Earl Warren Elementary School. Bella is very determined and focused in achieving her academic goals. Her perseverance and dedication to her schoolwork has resulted in incredible growth this year. She demonstrates excellent work ethics and holds herself accountable. She has been able to overcome challenges with an optimistic attitude and mindset. Bella has been able to lead by example and has made positive impact in our class. This year, she became class president and has led the class with wisdom and integrity. Her character growth has been very impressive, and she has become a bright light to others. She has been an effective leader by seeing the best in others, solving problems in a positive way, and supporting and encouraging her classmates. As her teacher, I am so proud of all that she has accomplished. She is a stellar student and a wonderful human. I am privileged to be her teacher and can't wait to see what her future holds. And I am privileged as your trustee to give this to you this evening. And before I come down and award you, do you want to share any words?
Yes.
Yes?
Hi, my name is Bella Rose Lipscomb. I am a member of Wilton Rancheria. I am currently a sixth grader student at Earl Warren Elementary. I would like to start off by saying thank you to Sacramento School District for acknowledging me for my academic progress. I would also like to thank my principal, Mr. Slager, and my teacher, Ms. Garcia, for having positive influences and always encouraging me to never give up. And because of them, I was able to become first class president. I would also like to thank my tribe, Wilton Rancheria, for helping me with my amazing tutor, Skip Bacon, for going above and beyond to help me learn. To my amazing mom, grandma, and aunt, and uncle, thank you for always believing in me and encouraging me to chase my dreams. Thank you.
So we'll go ahead and come down and take a picture with you. Congratulations. This is for you. Do I sit on this side?
No, we usually stand in front.
Okay. Come on. Right here?
Right, come, yeah, right in the middle.
Okay.
Come on in the middle.
Right over here.
It's all about you.
Okay. Yes, it's all about you girls.
I feel like we were just out.
Yeah, we were.
You ready?
Yes.
1, 2. Other camera, just give me 1 more.
Which one are we supposed to look at? Okay.
All right, item 5.0, announcement of actions taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Singh. There are 3 announcements coming out of closed session. First, the board approved a settlement agreement related to special education services by a vote of 7-0. Second, the board adopted Resolution 2024-2025-A2 pursuant to Education Code Section 44951 to release specified certificated administrators and authorize the district superintendent or her designee to notify those employees of their release by a vote of 7-0. Finally, the board adopted Resolutions 2024-2025-A4 through A7 pursuant to Education Code Sections 44951 and 44929.21 to release and non-reelect 3 certificated administrators and 1 certificated employee and authorize the district superintendent or her designee to notify those employees of their release by a vote of 7-0 for resolutions A4, A6, and A7, and by a vote of 6-1 with member Kayada voting against the action for resolution A5.
Thank you, Ann. 6.0, agenda adoption. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Member Kata moved.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, wonderful. All right, 7.0, public comment. Brian, how many public comments do we have tonight?
We have 17 cards for public comment.
Perfect. With 17 cards, folks, we're going to ask that you cut your time down to a minute so we can get through all the public comment and give everybody an opportunity to speak. So please be mindful of the time. I don't like cutting folks off. I've said this before, but if we get to the minute mark, I will just smile and ask that you please move on to the next person. Thank you.
Okay, first group of speakers, Dahlia Green, followed by Adrian Takuri and Kayla Yang.
There we go. Hello, my name is Taylor Sadler, and I'll be the one speaking.
And good evening, Board President Singh, Vice President Jean, and Superintendent Allen, and esteemed board members. During my time at Health Professions High School, while being a dual enrollment student with SUSD in Los Rios, I have learned that taking college courses supports the visions that SUSD provides for our students. One of the most important college classes I have taken was with Professor Mark Swink in his EMT class, because my senior classmates and I have enhanced our skills through the patient care pathway that Health Professions High School provides for all of our students. But taking the class challenged us to learn, to grow, and set us up to take classes later on to pursue our post-secondary education. And demonstrate, most of all, that we have the ability to succeed in college-level courses in our future. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kayla, and I'm also a senior at Health Professions High School. Health Professions High School is a small school that provides a patient care pathway and college preparedness for their students. This includes EMT classes in collaboration with Folsom Lake College, taught by Professor Mark Swink. Without dual enrollment agreement, Health Professions High School Patient Care Pathway will not be able to offer our juniors EMT classes. As a senior who's already taken these classes, I've learned everything from emergency response, which includes intubation and IVs, bleeding control, and even how to perform CPR, which I later became certified in public safety first aid. So with dual enrollment, students will be able to experience college expectations, advancing their knowledge and preparation for college, and most importantly, allow our school to collaborate with Los Rios community colleges, offering our juniors EMT classes, as Health Professions High School is a patient care pathway school. So please work to ensure that we can continue taking these important classes through Los Rios in the future. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Adrian Takuri. I'm also a senior at Health Professions High School. I'm here to talk about the MOU between Sac City Unified and the Los Rios College School District. As you know, Health Professions High School is a CTE pathway for healthcare. As a specialty high school, we have many partnerships and opportunities for us to enrich our education, the best of which is our partnership with Folsom Lake College, Professor Mark Swink. He supports us during our emergency medical technician college classes and getting us public safety first aid certified. We learn how to deal with emergencies, like how to safely deal with someone who's having a seizure or how to aid in the birth of an emergency. Nearly half of HBHS is dual enrollment students, and we had a 96% passing rate for the fall semester. I urge the board members and other decision makers in the district to recognize the invaluable benefits of this partnership and assure its continuations. This agreement should be a straightforward decision that prioritizes the educational success and career readiness of the students. Thank you.
Good evening, for Board President Singh, Vice President Jean, and Superintendent Allen. My name is Dahlia Green. I'm in 10th grade at Health Professions High School. I came to this place for the patient care pathways that it has. Currently, I'm taking dual enrollment college classes, and I've had the best time taking them. I've seen a change in myself, and I see that college as something that I want to do and that I will do in the future. I see the change in other students too, because in our everyday life, we talk about our college classes and we see them as something that is very fun, actually. In order for us to have the opportunity to take other college classes, we need SUSD to support this agreement.
Next group of speakers, Jesse Gray, followed by Victor Ward, and then Teresa Hanneman. And Ms. Hanneman has 3 cards for a total of 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. This is my first time. I'm a little nervous, but this is my 11th year working for the school district, and I just want to talk about student mental health needs. Last year, I served at 2 elementary school sites as a school social worker, and just at one of those sites alone, we completed over 70 safety assessments in 1 year, most of which were suicide risk assessments. So as you can see, the needs are extremely high. Student mental health needs are as high as they've ever been. And the only way we were able to support that many crises and that many student safety concerns is because we had a team of mental health professionals on campus, such as myself, who is a school social worker. In addition, we also had site partners through my department, the specialist twos at the Student Support and Health Services. The only way I can envision the student mental health being prioritized and being able to be adequately served is if we as a district find a way to maintain both positions, because the work is truly life-saving. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. First, I want to say thank you for your patience and your humility to help serve the community. My company has created a digital video yearbook, which allows students and teachers to upload their own memories, videos, music, pictures, transforming the traditional yearbook, which is kind of a one-size-fits-none, to something that's truly personal and memorable. I want to tell you a story. About 30 years ago, I was a long-term sub for Oakland Unified School District. I had a 5th grade classroom, and it was promotion, and all of the 5th graders got to sing "I Believe I Can Fly." It was an awesome experience. I'm watching my students, I'm crying, but the promotion day, graduation day, is the greatest day of the school year, and it's missed every single time by the traditional yearbook. A traditional yearbook cannot capture that moment because it comes out before that moment happens. So I want to present that to you for your consideration. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Aaron Leone, who has 2 cards for 2 minutes. Aaron will be followed by Mallory Ullman and then Beth Smoker.
We have Teresa right first. Teresa didn't go yet. And she has
My apologies, Teresa.
3 minutes.
3 minutes,
You're
thank
good.
you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Good evening, Superintendent Allen and board members. My name is Teresa Hanneman, and I teach 3rd grade at Pony Express Elementary. I'm here to discuss the tracking going on at Pony Express that is disguised as a GATE program, and to ask for your support in exploring options that would be more equitable for our students and staff. As CUSD's core value is we recognize our system is inequitable by design, and we vigilantly work to confront and interrupt inequities that exist to level the playing field and provide opportunities to everyone to learn, grow, and reach their greatness. The system at Pony Express is inequitable, so I'm here to begin the process of interrupting those inequities. I came to Pony after 2 decades at Parkway. I was initially reluctant to apply to Pony due to the inequities of a GATE program as expressed by teachers at sites like this. I decided to give Pony a try when I found out that the principal, Ms. Rossi, was actively researching other options that were both equitable and would meet our diverse needs. While Ms. Rossi was researching models, I asked to be on a committee to visit other sites in our district that had GATE models that meet the needs of the students, including GATE identified. But last year, Ms. Rossi was informed that the board and cabinet decide on academic models, not school sites. So our search ceased. From the outside, I'm sure a GATE cohort model sounds great to some families. But again, this is not a true GATE program. It's tracking based on academics. We have 2 classes per grade level, 1 GATE, 1 Gen Ed. The same curriculum is used for both classes, and the GATE classes may or may not have a GATE certified teacher. We get students from across the district who are identified through the GATE screening, but the classes also include the highest performing Pony kiddos who do not qualify for GATE and are skimmed off the top of the grade level. So for example, our 3rd grade GATE class only has 11 of the students that qualify for GATE. The rest were skimmed off the top. Because GATE selection is not simply on testing alone, this creates a huge shift in the dynamic when all the motivated high achievers are removed. The modeling and peer support is gone, and teachers are often left with the class with all of the IEPs and no one on or above grade level in all areas. Those are students who did not test in, and often they were doing well and are removed to gate and suffer because they went from being confident and content to being at the bottom of a new group of students. If we are saying gate is a real thing, then students can't move in and out. I'm not going to be able to say the entirety of my comments, so I do want to email all of them to you. Classes often end up, gate classes, with 1 to 2 grade level performance, kids performing at 1 to 2 grade levels, while the gen ed class may have scoring at 5 to 6 grade levels. Our 5th grade class has kinder through 5th grade level scores. This leaves gen ed classes with all of the most struggling students. I ask your support in finding a better model for us that's more equitable for all of our students.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's Erin Leone for 2 minutes, followed by Mallory Ullman and then Beth Smoker.
Good evening, members of the board. I appreciate the step that you guys took at the last board meeting to form the Restorative Justice Committee. However, we have some concerns about the committee, and we are here to express some concerns and some recommendations. The first concern that we have is the role of leadership and the need for systemic change. We have a concern about an attorney being appointed to lead a Restorative Justice Committee. Restorative justice is not a legal process, it's a community-based process, and so we hope that we can have some dialogue about that appointment. Our second concern is about the need for restorative justice expertise on the committee. We believe that community representation is essential, but expertise is also essential. It's a structured framework with specific practices, and without individuals who deeply understand it, the risk is that the resulting policy will not align with the true principles of restorative justice. Our third concern is around training and education in restorative justice. One challenge that our district has had is the adoption of new initiatives without adequate education or training. Too often people are expected to implement frameworks that they don't fully understand. To prevent this, we are proposing appointing a restorative justice coordinator to train and educate community members on restorative justice practices. The coordinator would ensure that the district implements a restorative justice practice and policy with fidelity and provide ongoing guidance to the committee and the district as a whole. Our final concern is about transparency, clear objectives, and success criteria. No initiative should begin without a clearly defined purpose, success criteria, and actionable steps. We believe that the Restorative Justice Committee needs a clearly defined goal, success criteria, and a structured timeline and a phased approach. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mallory Ullman, and I'm a parent of a 3rd grader and a kindergartner at Washington Elementary. I'm here today to ask the board to reinstate Washington Elementary as a school site for the free Summer Matters program for summer 2025. As an officer in the Locomotive Community Organization, which is our version of the PTA, I can tell you that many parents and Washington community members are deeply concerned that we were not chosen to host the program this summer. We feel it is imperative and are willing to assist in doing whatever is necessary with regards to site cleaning to ensure we can have the program at Washington this summer. Washington, which is a Title I school, is a central and valuable hub for our students, families, and larger school community. We routinely max out the enrollment of the program as our student population has an especially great need for low cost and, in this case, free and enriching summer learning and care. Many of our families may not have easy access to commute to other sites and may not feel safe outside of their neighborhood school where they have already built trust with existing staff. We are also concerned that our wonderful STEAM crew who staff both the after-school program as well as the Summer Matters program will be asked to work at other sites and may not come back. We already have an understaffing issue and this will exacerbate it. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Beth Smoker. I'm also here about the Summer Matters program at Washington Elementary. I have a first grader and a soon-to-be TK, and my son used the Summer Matters program last year at Washington. Washington is in Midtown. It's in the middle of the city. We have a lot of folks that use public transportation, that don't have cars, that walk to the school site. And removing the Summer Matters program will be a huge hindrance for many of our families and communities who won't be able to access any summer care for those 5 weeks. We've hosted the site since we reopened 9 years ago. We've hosted Summer Matters, and so we're really surprised to see that we weren't selected this year and are hoping for some clarity on why. As Melanie mentioned, yeah, we max out the program alone with just our school children. We know that our teachers and our principal and our ACEs, our After STEAM program, is really committed to the program. I hear the beep. So yes, we are hoping to reinstate Summer Matters at Washington. We have over 100 signatures that have signed on, and we've shared that with Ms. Jean, our representative, and are looking forward to working through solutions with you. Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Victoria Cacciatore, Adriana Nunez, and then Kathleen Williams.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing this public comment. I, too, am here to ask for the reinstatement of the Summer Matters program at Washington Elementary. As you can see, I have a kindergartner and a third grader, both of whom have been in the Summer Matters program as soon as they were allowed, starting at EK. And I'm hoping that we can get the program reinstated because we have a very trusting relationship with the staff working there. I trust them to work hard with my daughter on her IEP and the appropriate interventions that we have. As mentioned, we are a one-car household, and often if my partner needs the car to get elsewhere, I am stuck. Well, I am biking the kids places, and that makes it hard to get out of the neighborhood sometimes. So thank you for your consideration. Have a great evening.
If your name was called, you can come on up.
My name is Kathleen Williams. I'm a Sacramento resident. I sent my children through Sacramento City Schools. I was very alarmed to hear earlier today that the board is considering reducing the funding for homeless services. I work with many homeless organizations, Services Not Sweeps, which is countywide, Loaves and Fishes, Sacramento Homeless Organizing Committee, and as one of the students said, I urge you to work to ensure that the homeless education support is not limited or cut. We need the support for these students. 34% of the homeless students are Black. There are many brown students. There are many poor white students and people of other ethnicities as well. So please work to ensure to maintain the support for homeless students who have enough trauma on their plate. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adriana Nunez. I'm another Washington parent. My son is in the kindergarten. We actually haven't gotten a chance to take advantage of any of the aftercare programs because we got into Washington off the wait list and there was no room. We were really counting on Summer Matters to be there because my son is autistic and transitions are really hard. And the transition to school has been a challenge, but through the support of the teachers and the paraprofessionals and everyone at the Washington community, we have come a long way and he's starting to like school. And we were really hoping that we would have something in the summer that we could count on where he could maintain his routine and see his friends And it is so challenging and disappointing that our school doesn't have a summer program as a matter of course, when that is something that I know many people who I know who go to schools that have fourth R don't even think about. And that should be something for a Title I school that their parents also don't have to think about. So thank you.
Our final speaker in public comment is Anglin Baker. Mr. Baker has 3 cards for 3 minutes.
So good evening, board members, superintendent, and community members. My name is Anglin Baker, and I'm a program manager for Black Child Legacy Campaign's Fruitridge Stockton Community Incubator Lead. I stand today with Ms. Jackie Rose, founder and CEO of Rose Family Creative Empowerment Center, the Meadowview Community Incubator Lead for Black Child Legacy Campaign, and Ms. Aisha with A Different Path. We work directly with youth and families who face significant challenges, including the 3,100 unhoused students here in the district who depend on homeless education services for stability and support. The Black Child Legacy Campaign exists because African American children in Sacramento County die at twice the rate of any other ethnicity. The 4 leading causes of death are perinatal conditions, infant sleep-related deaths, and child abuse and neglect, and third-party homicides. These issues are deeply connected to housing instability and economic hardship. Families experiencing homelessness are at a greater risk of these devastating outcomes, which is why cutting homeless services, education services, is not just a budget issue, it's a life or death issue. We must recognize that Black students make up 12% of the district's population, but 34% of its unhoused students and 21% require special education services. Removing their access to these critical supports will only deepen the inequities they already face. Homeless education services provide more than academics. They connect students to transportation, meals, counseling, and advocacy. Instead of cutting them, we should expand them to meet the growing need. The district has an opportunity to lead. We urge this board to prioritize equity and protect these essential services, regardless of their housing status. Every child deserves a fair chance at education and a brighter future. Thank you.
I just want to say a couple of things. I was late to this meeting tonight because I was working with one of our homeless students that attend Burbank High School. We basically was helping him to get some services. Now, this student at Burbank, he is a honor roll student, but he lives in an encampment off of 47th Avenue. We just drove him home to that encampment. This kid basically survives and does what he needs to do academically despite his issues, and he's been chronically homeless. So I just want to make sure that you guys see I'm bringing up this young man because I want you to see the face of who is actually impacted by homeless services. Our agency also works with your homeless services department. We run the 211 system to make sure that those families get housed. We work with all of your staff throughout the district, with all of your schools, to make sure all students, not just African American students, all students who are homeless get those services. So it is crucial that we have staff that is here as the district that we can interface with, that we get these students taken care of in a responsible way. So I really appreciate anything that you guys can help in that area, but that's why I'm here tonight. So thank you very much.
No more public comment.
Thank you, Brian. Moving on to item 8.0, consent agenda. I should probably read my comments. Do we have any public comment on consent agenda? Sorry.
We do not.
All right. Member Kayada, go ahead.
I'd like to pull 8.1G.
8.1G?
Yes.
All right. Do we have a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of 8.1G?
Moved.
I'll second. Okay, do we need to do a roll call or do we just all in favor? All right, yep. Student preferential vote?
Aye. Member Jean? Aye. Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you. Member Kayada, go ahead.
Okay, so 8.1G is to approve notice of intent to award for professional auditing services to Crow LLP. I have some comments on that I'll just read. So 2 years ago, the board was asked to award an audit services contract to Crow, just like it is being asked to do so tonight. At the time preceding that vote, I objected to continuing with Crow because I thought we should rotate our audit firm. At the time, it was too late to seek out proposals for other firms, so we approved that at my motion with the contingency that we rotate firms for the next audit. I was then, and I remain now, uncomfortable continuing with Crow because the district has used this same audit firm for many, many years. Last year, staff continued the contract with Crow due to confusion around the motion, and there was a transition in cabinet staff, including our superintendent and the CBO. So because of that, I didn't contest the vote. But tonight, I do not think we should continue with Crow. I want to be clear that my motion to change audit firms was and is not based on any concern with Crow's performance or to seek out a better bid. My motion was solely based on the auditing best practices of rotating audit firms. I am a certified public accountant, and I'm a former government auditor. It's important to me that we rotate audit firms based on my professional experience and training as a CPA. Rotating auditors is a concept that came to the fore following some highly publicized collapses of public companies due to audit concerns. Auditors not noting issues that should have been found. Accounting professionals and government auditors recognize that a close relationship between the auditor and the auditee can lead to problems. Laws like Sarbanes-Oxley Act require public companies to rotate lead auditors, but this requirement is a floor. Best practices are to rotate the entire audit firm. It behooves us to do so even though we are not a public company. I can't vote for staff's recommendation to award another contract to Crow for next year's audit. While the district did go out for a competitive bid, it has landed on the same firm we've used for years. The risks of continuing to work with the same firm that I explained 2 years ago remain the case today. I would therefore request at the appropriate time that staff award the contract to another firm. Again, this has nothing to do with Crow or their performance. They are and remain a top firm. This is solely based on exercising best oversight that this board can do to require that we demand to rotate audit firms. The purpose of rotating firms, and again, I'm almost done, but I appreciate you listening, and not just the audit partner, the firm itself, is one of objectivity and independence. When one CPA firm has been working with the same client, in this case, our district, for a number of years, we form an implicit partnership and shared confidence in our accounting practices and how we arrive at our numbers. District staff and our CPAs get to know each other, we understand each other's practices and procedures, and staff know what to pay attention to avoid audit findings. There's nothing inherently wrong with this. It is efficient, but it comes with risk. When we get comfortable, we may miss things. Fresh eyes and a fresh perspective serve as a reset. A new audit firm with a truly new firm, a new audit with a new firm, can serve to uncover issues that may have been missed under the previous relationship. This allows us as a board to do better in ensuring that our financials and accounting practices are correct. And again, I keep saying this, but this has nothing to do with Crow. This is about bringing in a new partner to ensure that our financials are the best they can be. So at the appropriate time, my motion would be that in the staff report, there were 3 firms that were selected as finalists. It was Crow, Christie White, and CWDL. And I would move that we award it to either Christie White or CWDL. If that is a motion, otherwise, if there's discussion.
I want to first see if there's any discussion on this item by other board members. Go ahead.
Yeah, I trust Taylor. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I trust Taylor's judgment on this, and I agree with that. That as a public entity, we're best served by rotating the firm every so often. I am curious to know how many years we've used this firm in the past. Do you know? Has it been how many years we've actually?
Consecutively or years in total?
Total, because they've probably been doing it for a while. Do you have that number of years?
I had it 2 years ago. Sorry, I didn't write it down, but I believe it's at least a decade.
Okay, yeah, I totally agree. I would second the motion if I'm allowed to.
We're going to wait to do a motion until everyone has spoken, and we may have staff come up and speak on this issue as well. So thank you, Member Navarro. Member Jean.
I have questions, I believe, for staff.
Oh. Come on up.
Thanks for walking on up, Cindy.
Good evening.
Good evening, Janae. Can you take us quickly through the process of choosing these three?
Yes.
Selecting why these three, talking to them, why the finalist, and some cost implications.
Yes. Well, good evening, President Singh, board members and student board member, and Superintendent Allen. My name is Cindy Tao. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. I'm going to explain the request for proposal for professional auditing services as communicated in the board communication in October 28 of 2024 and January 29th of 2025. As you all are aware, while issuing an RFP for auditing services is not required, we opt to follow best practices to ensure a transparent and competitive selection process. This helps to guarantee that we select a firm with the expertise that best aligns with the district needs while maintaining financial accountability and integrity. I want to elaborate on the timeline and some background on the RFP process. On October 25th of 2024, the district issued the RFP for professional auditing services for 25-26. It's only a one-year contract. We invited CPAs and licensed public accountants to conduct an independent audit of the district financial statements. The RFP outlined that the firm selected would be responsible performing a comprehensive audit for the district financial records. This will also include the bond audits. This includes compliance with both the EAAP, which is our Education Audit Appeals Panel and Audit Guide, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. On RFP, we advertised on October 25th and also November 1st of 2024. We did get 5 proposals, and in the 5 proposals, they submitted their packages. And in the package, there were recent financial statements. I've selected 8 district personnel from key departments, including accounting services, internal audit, and budget services. 8 district personnel reviewed every single pages, roughly about 250 pages. And I'm pretty picky on reviewing statements, checking for errors, checking for what type of findings. As a result, 3 firms. We went down to 3 firms, and that was Christie White, Crow, and CWDL. So a week and a half later, we moved to the selection committee. I decided to go into a more thorough committee, and I selected 18 staff members from various district departments, from technology, academic, from school sites, down to district staff. We have LCAP director. We had a lot of people part of the panel. And in these interviews that took place January 23rd of 2025, we interviewed 3 auditors. They had about 20 minutes to present and approach the audit process, and they would address the district's specific needs. After all 3 interviews, I had a very interactive meeting with all the panels. And I made sure everyone had an opinion, and everybody voted, because I didn't want to select something or someone or an auditor in isolation. I think it's a team effort. I wanted to make sure that district staff were involved, district staff that actually does the work. I wanted to include our LCAP director, who is very, very involved in our goals. I included our many different other staff as well, principals. We had a few principals on there. I think it's really important they were on there. So, and other personnel staff as well. And after the selection, it was Crow, and I'm here today to let you know for your recommendation for Crow. I do want to point out some key factors of what was expected in our evaluation. We looked at qualification and expertise. This requires a CPA license, experience with external audits, and just familiar with the district financial requirements. It doesn't necessarily have to be our district, but other neighborhood or similar size and district. Comprehensive services such as just not reviewing the audit, but doing other audits as well, or other conversion entries. I don't want to get too technical, but a lot more audit items. Also a history of producing high-quality audit reports and just maintaining credibility. In addition to that, I think it's really important to have customer service, being responsive and communicating through the audit process. I am always up at 12 a.m. asking the auditor a question if they already looked at my stuff. So they're So it's really important to have customer service and being responsive. Alignment with district needs. It's really, really important to meet our specific deadlines. I have a lot of demands, and I want it now. There's a lot of operational requirements that I think is really important. Staffing and accessibility, it's important to have a lot of staff members part of the audit team. Some of the other auditors, they didn't have a big team, and it makes me question, can they meet our deadlines? Can they meet our demands? And also a commitment to the district, having a long-term partnership and just supporting our goals for our physical integrity and transparency is what we need. And at this point, we selected Crow. That's the outcome.
I'll add one thing. Just to add to what Cindy provided, at the beginning stages of the process, I asked staff to intentionally invite several firms to apply. We invited more firms to apply than actually applied, but we did, as Cindy outlined, do what we think was a large amount of diligence to really provide a best recommendation through a thorough process.
Thank you, Janae. I also want to emphasize, when all three auditors presented, we didn't give any requirements. We just said, the floor is yours. And in the process, some people were prepared, some people were not. Some people had errors on their PowerPoint, didn't update, didn't know where they're at in their school district, had incorrect information from 2 years ago. So I want to make sure, all the panelists, got to view and hear the presentation that each auditor's presented. That's really important when it comes to accuracy, transparency, and just understanding the district. I think when you're going for a presentation, I think you need to do your homework and to be also to be honest and to be able to review your work before presenting to the panelists. So if you know me, I'm a very stickler for numbers and periods and rounding up. I'm extremely picky about that, but that's called transparency and accuracy.
That answered my questions. No,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Ibarra.
Yeah, I don't have questions anymore either.
Wonderful. All right. If there's no other comments, I think my only comment is my understanding of RFPs in my line of work is also that folks have to get a fair opportunity to apply. So if our staff has done the process of finding the organization that is the best fitted, I trust that outcome. I also do implore us to think about other options in the future. Possibly, what does it look like to give an organization a break? I don't know what that looks like, but that is not how our RFP is currently designed. And I don't want to create a process that would then possibly build out a process where we leave out the best organizations. I'm concerned if people are leaving out periods and parentheses and not rounding up the numbers right. And if that's what you're seeing, we're not the ones doing the auditing. It's them and you all and staff. So I appreciate the explanation, and that gives me confidence in the decision making. But I will wait to see if we have, if you want to still move forward with that motion.
Yeah, so I would move, as I said before, that we award the contract to either Christie White LLP or CWDL. And then I just want to clarify briefly, I do appreciate all the work that went into the RFP. I appreciate staff's judgment. To me, this really is just a matter of the board, because the board is ultimately responsible for this audit report and the quality of our financials that, again, it can be just for 1 year. I just think it's important to get some fresh eyes in there. And as someone, when I say I was a government auditor, I audited school districts. And I've gone into a school district that's been working with a firm for a while, and a new firm comes in, and, well, actually, we weren't a firm, we were the government, but you see just different things. And when you work with staff, they say, we've never been asked for that before. It's like, well, we're asking now. Anyway, that's my intent. And again, I just really want to be super clear that I believe Crow probably is the best, but it's really just about rotation. So that's my motion. Thank you.
You have a comment?
Yeah, so how long is this contract for?
1 year.
1 year? So we can revisit this next year? Okay. I would say that it would be best if we actually give them requirements, because the company or the firm that we've been using has an advantage. They already know what we want. So I think that if we want a fair bidding, we need to give them the requirements, right? That's kind of the only concern that I have with that. And it goes back to the reason why we rotate, right? We want new people that don't necessarily have relationships. And like Taylor said, it has no, it doesn't matter. Well, basically that Crow is not necessarily a bad company. It's just that we need a fair process and more, not like a partnership type of firm, right, that has been working for us for years. That's what I'm thinking.
Thank you. So my question is, are you still seconding the motion from Mr. Cayetano?
I'll second the motion.
All right. Can we do a roll call? Student preferential vote first, sorry.
Abstain. Member Jean?
No.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
No.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
No.
Member Singh?
No.
Member Ibarra?
No.
All right, I'm gonna offer a motion to approve the contract with Crow. Do we have a second? Can we do a roll call? Student member, sorry.
Aye. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
No.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
No.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, moving on to item 9.0, communications. We'll start with SCTA.
Good evening, members of the board, Board President Singh and Superintendent Allen. I'm Nikki Malevsky, President of the Sacramento City Teachers Association. With layoff notices on the agenda, tonight is an unpleasant evening all around. Every member of the school board, all 7, were elected with a commitment that resources would be prioritized for the classroom and not the Cerna Center. Since the 2019-2020 school year, the number of administrators in the district has increased from 265 to 385 administrators. That's an increase of 120, or 45.3%. At the same time, our district's enrollment has declined by over 4,000 students. It's important to point out that what's on tonight's agenda is the preliminary layoff notices, right? Not the final ones. An initial review of the layoffs notices appear to indicate that contrary to the board's commitment to put the priority in the classroom, the brunt of the proposed cuts will be borne by both certificated and classified staff, rather than by administrators, whose numbers grew exponentially over the last 5 or 6 years. There is still time to correct this situation. Between now and March 15th, the district has time to adjust the reduction list and to make more reflective of the often repeated board sentiment that we should avoid cuts to people who provide direct services to our students. There's a board meeting on March 6th, which is 9 days before the March 15th deadline established by Ed Code that requires a preliminary notice. In addition to the timelines all established in Ed Code and set forth in various processes regarding which staff will be impacted by potential reductions, the SCTA and the district have the opportunity to negotiate alternatives to cuts among certificated staff. Earlier this afternoon, we emailed the district a demand to bargain over both the decision and the impact of potential reductions in force. We're hopeful that there will be constructive discussions to put in place priorities clearly set forth by the school board, and that every effort should be made to avoid cuts to those who provide direct services to our students. Thank you for your consideration tonight.
Thank you. Next up, we have SEIU.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and community. I'm here tonight deeply concerned over 232 layoffs and reductions in hours affecting our classified staff. At the same time, we have over 500 vacancies across the district. This contradiction simply does not add up. I fully expect that all impacted aides, regardless of their classification, will have the opportunity to transition into other available positions through impact bargaining. However, I'm particularly alarmed about a few of what I was previously told were critical positions in nutrition services for Central Kitchen. In recent years, we fought to create these roles and were assured of their critical importance to the department. We were forced to put numerous long overdue reclassifications on hold to prioritize these positions through Human Resource Services. Now the very positions we were told were essential, ones we had to drop everything to establish, are suddenly on the chopping block. That makes absolutely no sense. I am also extremely concerned about the devastating reduction of clerical staff. Some sites are completely gutting their classified clerical support. How does the district expect schools and departments to function effectively without them? At the same time, our district is facing a massive shortage of instructional aides for special ed, forcing us to sign costly MOUs paying approximately $75 an hour to contract out hundreds of instructional aides. Meanwhile, our SEIU members who are dedicated and want to stay are being left behind. The district fails to provide ongoing proper training to these workers, despite their essential role in supporting students with complex needs. Our members have repeatedly asked for help, yet they continue to be hit, kicked, beaten, spit on, and have furniture thrown at them, all while receiving little to no ongoing training. This is unacceptable. And yet the department remains deaf to these concerns. Instead, we pour money into outside contracted aides, many of whom are on their phones, walking around the hallways, and leaving students unattended. At some sites, those aides are running between crisis situations with no support, no structure, and no solutions. How long is this going to continue? Our dedicated SEIU aides are grossly underpaid, yet they show up every day because they care about the students. But when will the district start supporting them? When will we provide them with the proper training in a wage that actually attracts, recruits, and retrains skilled professionals? SEIU has submitted a formal request for information, and we expect a clear explanation of how this district plans to operate without proper staffing. More importantly, we want to know who believes they will be absorbing the work of our classified employees. We will not allow our members to be undervalued, underburdened, overburdened, or erased. We demand accountability, transparency, and real solutions that put students and staff first. It's a long past time for this district to act. Stop outsourcing, stop ignoring the needs of both staff and students, and start investing in the people who are committed to being here. Thank you.
Thank you. TCS, Teamsters, UPE. All right, moving on to 9.2, student member report.
Okay. First, I want to recognize another student walkout. Tuesday, 250-ish Hiram Johnson students walked out to protest the Trump administration. I said a lot about student participation at the last board meeting, but I'll say it again. I feel really hopeful and just so lucky to consistently see my SUSD peers show up and advocate for themselves and each other. On a completely separate note, I would like to use this time to shout out what I think is one of the best and most overlooked programs in our entire district, which is our debate programs. I have been involved in debate through SUSD for 6 years now, and it has completely changed my life. And for the past 3 years, I've been doing high school debate through an organization called the Sacramento Urban Debate League, or SUTTLE. SUTTLE is a nonprofit debate organization who serves multiple of our high schools, including West Campus, CK McClatchy, and Sac High. I feel more than grateful to get to be part of this incredible league and community. Urban debate leagues are really the only opportunities that students from poor public schools have to compete and debate at a national level. My teammate and I play this game where we go Google the other school's tuition whilst we debate them, and it's usually in the ballpark of $50,000. Debate is really expensive, which sucks because debate is also a really amazing activity. There are very few activities where you get to watch 15-year-olds debate about critical theory like Wilderson, Foucault, and Tuck and Yang, but that's exactly what debate is. It pushes the limits of your ability to research, critically think, and analyze the world around you. This year, Subtle is sending 2 teams to the Urban Debate League National Championship in Georgia. I speak so highly of debate because this is secretly a promotion. Subtle is a nonprofit, so we rely almost exclusively on donations, which is what makes our annual fundraiser so important. So if you're free on March the 5th, which is a Wednesday at 6 p.m., please join us at the C.K. McClatchy Theater, where we will be having Subtle's public debate event featuring Daryl Steinberg, Dr. Floan Kofer, and member Yobara and member Jean. If you show up, you will get the opportunity to watch high schoolers debaters argue against public officials one-on-one on a variety of topics for only $10. So please show up to show support for SUSD's debate teams and to watch some of the board members get torn to shreds by high schoolers.
All right, I might show up to watch. President's report. I'm going to start with something really positive and putting our superintendent on the spot. So this morning, Superintendent Lisa Allen was awarded the Women of Influence Award at the City Year Sacramento's Women Empowering Women's Rights Day. I know these conversations aren't easy, and I know a lot of the conversations tonight are not, but I can't imagine a better person to help us up here, lead us through these tough discussions and conversations. So we appreciate you, Superintendent Allen. Other information to share, there's been a lot of conversation. We had folks talking 2 weeks ago about Know Your Rights. I'm just going to announce that we will be starting Know Your Rights presentations for 7 weeks straight, starting this Tuesday night. 5:30 to 7:30, we will be at Miwok Middle School. The Know Your Rights presentations will have myself speaking on behalf of the district to talk about our actual plans and how we plan to implement our Safe Haven District policies and how that actually works, allowing folks to have questions and comments, but we're also partnering with the Asian American Bar Association of Sacramento, and we will have other lawyer partners. So we will be actually partnering with lawyer organizations and bar associations who will be presenting that section on Know Your Rights on actually how to interact. In case you do interact with ICE, not on campus, but how to interact with federal officials off of campus, and that is a conversation that they will handle. And we will have attorneys who will be able to answer questions and provide feedback to folks who are there. There will be interpreter services available at the event, and we hope to jumpstart on Tuesday, and this will go every Tuesday, one event in each area. So all of you will have one event in your respective areas, and we'll conclude on April 8th, which will mark 7 weeks. I do want to thank all the community members and folks who have provided comments, including our student member who have told us how to improve our outreach to community. So I do hope that students are able to show up, because I'm happy to answer all those questions that I can possibly answer. I also want to thank our Safe Schools Director, Ray Lozano back there, for doing a great job with their student walkouts, making sure that our students are safe, that they are doing their very best in adhering to the law and making sure that their walkouts are peaceful and meaningful. I also want to encourage our students that, as much as I understand the importance of walking out, I also think there's a value in educating yourselves, getting good grades, and becoming the leaders of tomorrow, so you don't have to see a day where these are the folks who are in power and you can be in those seats and you can create meaningful change. So I really encourage you. We see you, we hear you. At the same time, we hope that you can continue to stay in school, get good grades, and make an impact in meaningful roles in the future. So that's all I can really say. I'm also going to end with this from our president's report. It's a little unconventional. I want to acknowledge the difficulty in discussions around layoffs I want to acknowledge the fact that we are all absolutely committed to making sure that we have as minimal disruption to our students as possible. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for us to discuss and comment. But please be assured that we are looking for solutions, as all of you are. This is a team effort. This is a district that has absolutely shifted in a positive direction. We want to continue that positive impact in our community for our students, for our staff, and for our teachers and everyone else. So just want to acknowledge the elephant in the room and hopefully move forward with the positive conversation and meaningful change for the rest of the night. Thank you. Any other board members? Member Jean.
I just wanted to share that I have connected with CSBA to see if we can partner with them regarding our policy overhaul. So I just wanted to let you know that I have gotten the ball rolling on that.
That's exciting.
And I'm really excited to participate in the debate again and have students absolutely hand me any ability I might have to debate.
Member Navarro.
I just want to echo your sentiment and talking about layoffs. It's one of the hardest things we'll have to do on this side. But I do want to mention something positive. So I want to congratulate a teacher at Rosemont High School, Edward Eldridge. I don't think I may butcher that name, for being recognized as Sacramento Bee's 2025 Black Changemakers. So these are the top 20 leaders changing the region's future. So I want to acknowledge him. I didn't invite him. I actually just found this out. So, but hopefully he gets to see this. And if you know him, let him know that he was recognized today. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. We can invite him for the next meeting. All right. With that, we'll move on to item 10.0, item 10.1, National Eating Disorder Awareness Week resolution.
Good evening, Superintendent Allen, members of the board, President Singh. My name is Noelle Estacio. I'm the Director of Health Services, and I have with me here Cameron Olson. He is our District 504 Coordinator. He's in day 10, I think. So we are here today to recognize and request approval of Resolution 3477 in recognition of National Eating Disorders Awareness Week, which is February 24th through March 2nd. This is a national campaign to educate the public about the realities of eating disorders and to provide hope and visibility to individuals and loved ones impacted by eating disorders. Whereas, according to the National Association of Anorexia Nervosa and Associated Disorders, 77% of children and adolescents as young as 12 dislike their bodies, and 45% say that they are regularly bullied about how they look, and weight-related teasing is a primary way kids are bullied. Eating disorders affect people from all demographics. Students of all genders, ages, and ethnicities are impacted, as increasing amongst younger age groups, including children as young as 7 years of age. It is recognized that pressures from social media, genetics, and social factors are all related to eating disorders, and while eating disorders are treatable when diagnosed early, they are often misunderstood and stigmatized. Eating disorders pose a public health challenge that must be fully addressed. They are serious and potentially life-threatening conditions that have the second highest mortality rate of all mental health conditions, surpassed by opioid use, with one person dying from an eating disorder every 52 minutes. Eating disorders can decrease the ability to concentrate and focus, make students less active and more withdrawn. Understanding some of the ways an eating disorder can affect cognitive function may help educators to recognize that a student may be struggling. Prevention, early detection, and intervention significantly improve the chances of full recovery from eating disorders. Therefore, be it resolved that Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education hereby recognizes National Eating Disorder Awareness Week and support efforts to raise awareness about eating disorders, including providing educational resources to students, families, and staff, encourage open dialogue about mental health, including eating disorders, to reduce stigma and increase access to support and resources. Be it further resolved, the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education recognizes the importance of supporting the health and well-being of the whole child through supporting social, emotional, physical, and mental health to address the needs of our students experiencing mental health challenges such as eating disorders. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Have any board discussion? I'll just say thank you for presenting this, and I think there's always a constant reminder of the many challenges our students face. And it's important for us to keep this in mind, so I appreciate the presentation. I'm actually going to go ahead and move the resolution, if we have a second.
I'll second. Oop.
All right, can we do a roll call vote? We'll start with student preferential vote.
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
So moved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 10.2, approving the updated English Learner Master Plan for 25-26.
Good evening, Board President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. My name is Dr. Olga Sims, and I'm here again standing before you. Today is regarding the English Learner Master Plan to bring forward some revisions and approval. Every 2 years, an English Learner Master Plan must be reviewed by the board and approved in order for local policy to stand. So today I'm bringing it forward again, and this is for the 25-26 school year. These are just acronyms that our plan does go through, or if you hear me speaking to these, I just wanted to make sure everybody had a copy of these in case. And we continue to ground our work around our core value and guiding principle. A lot of the work that we do with our guidance of our English Learner Master Plan is to interrupt inequities and encourage and continue to support the work that surrounds everything around English learners and their families. We continue to work on uncovering things that our systems are not perfect, and so we want to make sure that we bring forward those things to let you know that we need to work on improving them and the reasons why. So again, it's all about equitable opportunities for all our students, including emergent bilingual students and families. So for today's agenda, we are going to reference some laws and regulations that support our English Learner Master Plan work. The goals that keep our focus as a department and team and part of the system. We're going to review some of those documents that guide our work. We're going to discuss a few of the revisions, some foreshadowing on what needs to happen next, and some updates, along with the implementation journey as we continue the slide deck tonight. So here are some legal references that we brought forward before, and two of those references, Lau versus Nichols of 1974 and in 1981, Castañeda versus Picard, are two of the cases that really underscore the importance of implementing essential services for our students and families. And I will continue to bring this forward because in the very perfectly imperfect world that we live in, these services are not implemented with fidelity. This is not a surprise to anybody, right? We've talked about this before. And so I just want to bring this forward to let you know that our English Learner Master Plan is here for guidance. It is a legal document. And we do bring forward state and federal law. And it's not about checking off boxes. It's about really, truly implementing work for students so that they can be successful, so that we can uphold that core value that we speak of, that I'm holding myself accountable to, and that I hold my team members accountable for. So tonight, we know that this document has a major impact on what we're doing with students, but the major impact comes from laws that have been in place even before, well, the year that I was born. So I'm asking us to continue to stand together to address the needs of our students and families, because that's what we're supposed to do. It's not just a moral imperative, it's a legal imperative, but I think that we all agree that this is important for the entire system. We serve, in our district, we serve a total of 19% English learners. That is a huge number in a district that's comprised of 38,000 students. And within that, we have diversity of our English learners that we are representing today. So this is an English learner roadmap, and the reason why I'm bringing this forward is that our master plan is also guided by policy from CDE. And I just want to bring forward that we do look at, we look at early childhood education as well as all the way through 12th grade to ensure that our students are attaining high levels of proficiency, that we are attending to the mastery of grade level standards, and that this is done with also the implementation of English language development across disciplines. We know that it's integrated ELD, and we're really working hard to continue to educate our system. We know that our system is ever changing, but we want to continue to bring this forward because it's very important work. So here are our goals, and I'm not going to belabor these. You've seen these in other slides, but I just want you to know that this is what keeps our work focused. We need to continue to do all of these things because these are all tied to what we're supposed to do for students and families. So the first document that we have here is referred to the English Learner Master Plan Playbook, and initially when we started to build out our English Learner Master Plan, we use this document just to ensure that we look at the tools that are available for educators so that we are addressing policy, developing processes that are important in the creation of these important policies for English learners and families. The second document or second resource we use is the California English Learner Roadmap, which we really embed our work on the principles that attend to the strengthening of a comprehensive educational policy, program, and practice for English learners. And these are also embedded in the work that CDE and SCOE and, of course, our district is working on to improve. The next document that we look at is the English Learner Program Instrument, and these contain federal and state legal requirements that are organized into statutory core items, supporting items arranged under 7 general CDE dimensions. Ours is English Learner, and these are reviewed by CDE. And why I bring this forward is that we actually have findings, 3 that we need to attend to. One, during this latest FPM review, we have to attend to the EL1, English Learner Advisory Committee. That is not a surprise because we did bring that forward at our last presentation to address that not all schools are meeting the requirement, but the selected schools, we still have a few things that we need to finish and complete to ensure that this is attended to. The next one is EL3, which is attending to identification and assessment, and we need evidence, for example, on home language surveys that attend to the actual documents that are being listed by the reviewer. And then the last one is EL14. We need to submit additional evidence of transcripts for students that scored 3 and 4 on the summative LPAC. So these are all things that reviewers are giving us, right? So just so you know, this is also built out, and we use this document also in the creation of the EL Master Plan. The last one is the California Practitioner's Guide for educating English learners with disabilities. We use this for guidance on how we support and work with our students that are English learners and that also have a disability. We refer to our students as dually identified students. That means that they're English learners and they also have an IEP that we need to attend to. And that is a whole process in itself. But we use this Practitioner's Guide to ensure that we're following the rules, the laws that are set for students, and that we're providing the necessary supports as stated. So these are the next information that you will receive are the revisions from the old plan to this updated plan. So each one, the first one is minor edits throughout the plan. For example, we updated the board members' names and staff. As they change, we need to update those too. Our LTEL figure on page 32, that was the most, we included the most updated information from DataQuest in CDE. Our MTSS picture, formerly a tree, now an umbrella, on page 47. Page 54, we have the roadmap to reclassification grades K through 6. We had an old assessment reference there. Now we have the iReady ELA, which brings me to the next item. So forecasting future needs on this item, we will bring this back because we do need to update the criteria for reclassification. The criteria that attends to the basic skills relative to English proficient students is really an inequitable practice currently the way it stands. Currently, the selected assessment is an iReady ELA assessment. This assessment must be administered to all students, not solely English learners students. Because it is not administered with fidelity across our system, many of our students fall through the crack, many students that have been identified as LPAC level 4 students. And I will wrap this up. So we need to act on this because we currently, our CASP only attends to 3rd grade students through 6th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade. That means that students that take the LPAC test, K, 1st, 2nd, 7th grade, and all the other grades do not get to be reclassified with a CASP score. There's no supporting evidence. So what this means is that our department has to now look at every single student that has an LPAC score of 4 to make a determination of whether or not we're able to reclassify. So the last one that I want to bring forward to your attention is that we did change the pages 61 through 64, we included the newcomer placement, and ELA, ELD course materials information was updated with student numbers. With that, I just want to say how important it is for you to, what I'm asking from you today is for you to look at this EL master plan, know that it is local policy, that we approve the EL master plan as is at the moment. However, we do need to make a decision regarding that one criteria that I brought forward because as it stands, it's inequitable by design. So I go back to the core value. If in fact this is what we stand for, then we need to attend to that. In the meantime, I will be talking to families individually to address the LPAC for students that currently have been identified in our system that do not have an assessment, supporting assessments for that criteria. And that brings me to the end, and I'm here for questions.
Thank you. Public comment?
No public comment on this.
Thank you, Brian. Board discussion. Go ahead, Member Boto.
Thank you, Olga, for that. Yes, I know you gave us a lot of information in a small window and you did a great job, so thank you. One of my questions that came about was when you were talking about the multilingual literacy department goals. In this itself, I didn't see anything referenced around the LCAP. And I think that's an important, it's an important piece to, for us to understand how these guiding principles that you're speaking of and the department goals are influencing that, because ultimately that's where everything is going to flow through when we look at our strategic plan at large, right? I do know that in the early years of rolling out the LCAP packs, there were some trying to figure out if there were supposed to be like subcommittees from DLAC that would then work with the LCAP pack in that fashion, and then it moved to where they were aligning. They were having one for EL families and one for for the regular LCAP pack. And then all of a sudden, there was no engagement with our EL families in that light, right? But I think it's important because, again, this is all going to go back to the LCAP when we look at how we're funding the programs that are going to sustain some of this stuff that you have in here. So if I don't expect an answer today, but it's just something to put on your radar is what I'm saying, so that moving forward, as we also are working on our committee assignments, we know how things are going to flow better, like in those processes, if that makes sense. So I wanted to bring that awareness in question, but again, I don't want an answer tonight. I don't expect one. It's more for awareness, not for you to be put like on the spotlight. Something else I wanted to go back to, I wrote it down here. Oh, when you were talking about the assessment processes, I think it's important also to help, if you can explain the importance behind that, because I think that there's a lack of awareness of how this can impact whether a student is meeting the A through G requirements when they're at the high school level and they're not able to reclassify because of not having that assessment. And so although they're able to graduate, my concern is, as a parent that had an EL student, is that now families go on to higher education and they're having to pay for remedial style classes to prepare them to take the college courses because they weren't able to make those A through G requirements. And so when I think about our goals as a district and our focus on getting our kids college and career ready, that's one of the things that comes to mind. So those are my comments for this evening. And again, I don't expect any answers this evening. It's just to bring awareness and to just tie it into the work that you're doing. I think you're doing an incredible job. And you know that I've shared with you, I've seen so much improvement, and it's a good place to be. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, do we have a motion? Moved. Member Rhodes. Member Ibarra, second. Roll call vote. We'll start with the student preferential.
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have item 10.3, parent participation preschool program recommendation and fee-based school age programs.
Good evening, Board President Singh, trustees, Superintendent Allen. My name is Yvonne Wright, Chief Academic Officer, and I am very happy tonight to introduce for the first time our new Assistant Superintendent, Mikako Fisher-Hill, who will be presenting with me tonight. And as well, we have some of our coordinators in the Early Learning and Care Department. We have Ms. Lorena Poon and also Christina Roselli sitting to provide some support, and she'll be able to help answer some questions if needed this evening. So we're going to start by sharing some information about the parent participation preschool program and fee-based school age before and after school programs. And we will be sharing this information so that you can consider some recommendations about both of these programs. And this is an information item. Again, these programs do mirror our values, our core value, and our guiding principles. We know that as we provide quality early learning programs for our students, it will help to support equitable educational opportunities for our students. The more that we impact their educational programs as early as possible, they will be on track to exploring the greatest number of options for post-secondary choices. On the agenda, we're going to begin with the parent participation preschool program, and then we will end with our fee-based school age before and after school programs. We want to start with giving you a little bit of background information about our parent participation preschool program. This is a highly regarded program in our district. It is a flagship program that has offered preschool programs to students in this district for decades. I am told that many of our staff have even sent their own children to the parent participation preschool programs. It started in 1948, and it was a part of the adult ed programs. It was offered through the Adult Education Workforce Grant, and it supported the program for many years in terms of providing the funding source for the program. This program was really targeted to the adults in the program. So adults would then bring their children, their preschoolers to the program, and the focus was on providing educational opportunities for the adults to learn how to support their children. And they did this by working in the program as volunteers, at least one day a week on a rotating basis, so that the program always had parents working in the program, supporting the classrooms. Also had a learning component, so they would get workshop experience, working with the teachers. We currently have 3 parent participation preschool locations, and they're displayed for you: Edward Kelly, Tahoe, and Thomas Jefferson Preschool. And we offer 3 types of classes: a 5-day-a-week class, a 4-day-a-week class, and a Friday toddler class. And I mentioned this prior, and that is the Adult Education Grant did support the program, totally support the program. And when that grant was no longer offered for the program through adult education, then the district funded that through and provided from parent fees. So parent fees supported it, as well as the district when it could not, the district supported it through the program.
So currently we have the capacity to serve 188 children. However, our current enrollment is at 75, and this is 40% of our overall capacity. This low enrollment is due to various options that are currently offered to families that didn't exist in 1948. Some of these options include universal TK for all 4-year-olds, Head Start, state-funded preschool, and a growing infant and toddler program. On this slide, I'd like you to focus on the bottom line, which is the district contribution, which has increased over the past few years. The slide shows that the overall parent fees can no longer provide the necessary revenues to sustain the program. So in order to sustain the program operations at current enrollment, parent fees would need to increase by 450%. This adjusted rate aligns with Sacramento County median fees for similar services. So the funding implications include declining enrollment due to other program options available with the school district, revenue deficits, rising costs, and future salary increases. So based on the current fiscal realities, the department proposes the following options. Option 1, increasing of parent fees or closure of the program and migrating families to the various existing programs such as Universal TK, Head Start, state-funded preschool, Early Head Start, state-funded infant toddler programs, as these programs have the capacity to serve the children, as well as the eligibilities for these programs have widened. And in supporting the transition, we would have staff members assigned to support families through either of the transitions.
Next, our fee-based program. Our fee-based programs are before and after school programs. These are not for preschoolers, they are for our school-age children. And they are our TK through 6th grade students at elementary sites. The Early Learning and Care Department has operated these programs at our sites, and the district has had these programs for a while in our school since about 1984. And currently there are 2 active sites, and that's Matsuyama and Leonardo da Vinci. And these at these locations, they also provide our extended learning opportunities programs, which we call ELOP, at these sites. So this program is based on parent feeds, and that is also includes a minimal amount of families who are receiving child action subsidies. So if families qualify for subsidies, they can receive a subsidy as well as partial fees for the program. We're currently operating, as I said, in Matsuyama and Leonardo da Vinci, and we are offering programs in various formats, so they can attend 5 days a week, 4 days a week, 3 days a week, or 2 days a week. I mean, they have a before school option from 7 a.m. in the morning until school starts, and then after school until 6 p.m.
So we have the capacity to serve 130 children. The current enrollment is 114. These families that are participating also have the opportunity, to participate in the Extended Learning Opportunity Programs, ELOP, at their respective school sites. The program is currently operating with 4 staff members. However, an additional staff member is needed at Leonardo da Vinci to support the staff-child ratio. One second, there we go. So again, focusing on the bottom line is the district contribution that's increased over the past several years. The overall parent fees can no longer provide the necessary revenues to sustain the program. And for sustainability, in order to sustain our program operations at current enrollment, parent fees would need to increase by an estimated 70%. Funding implications include an overall decline in enrollment, particularly at Matsuyama due to ELOP options available at the same school site. The generated revenues can no longer support the rising cost to operate this program. And so the department proposes these options: increase of parent fees or closure of program with migrating families to the existing free ELOP programs at the same school site. And with either of those options, the department will closely work with staff members as well as families to support the transition and work closely with the Youth Development Office and Communications to create a transition plan.
Thank you. Brian, do we have any public comment?
We do, sir. We have well over 20 people signed up.
All right. So as I said earlier, if we have that many comments, we're going to ask folks to limit their comments to 1 minute. But can we also, folks, when you come up, could you tell us what you're speaking about? If you're speaking about the parent participation preschool program, please say that at the beginning. If you're speaking about the fee-based programs, please let us know so we can just kind of track that. Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, the first speaker is Rebecca Gross, followed by Tim Rickman, can't tell. Oh, and Melissa Miller.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Gross. I'm speaking about the Parent Participation Preschool Program. I've been a parent at both the Tahoe location and the CMP campus location. This is my 6th year here before you advocating for the continuation of the Parent Participation Program. So this is what's new today. The children born during the pandemic are just now beginning to enter school. These parents, more than any other group before, needs parent participation preschool to be an option. Ms. Tamar's program provides a soft entry for children and families to begin school with high parental involvement and intentional community development. Parent participation preschool builds community and trains families to stay involved in their schools, both of which work to combat school violence and give students a strong start, which will, sooner than we can even imagine, affect your test scores.
It's short-sighted to be cutting this program as school safety and student and parent anxiety are major concerns in our schools, and I don't think you really have an enrollment problem. I think it's an advertising problem. Moving kids to the other programs mentioned leaves out families who are looking for exactly what parent participation preschool offers. If you're new to the conversation this year, I invite you to give me a call. I'd love to walk you through the conversations we've had over the years and offer some real solutions.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. You could give them to Danielle. She'll pass them out for you if you want. Yeah. But you made it halfway. It's all good. Thank you.
Sorry. My name is Ty Rickman, T-I-G-H Rickman. My daughter is enrolled at Tahoe Elementary Preschool in Miss Tamara's class. She was in there last year as a member of her toddler Friday program, and we've been enrolled this year as part of the 4-day-a-week AM class. You're going to hear a lot from a lot of parents about the community that we've built, not just with the parents, but the children as well. Catalina, my daughter, is an only child. She's also too young to go into transitional kindergarten and too old to go into CCTR, and our income requirements would disqualify us from Head Start as well. So that's something to keep in mind with the core values. But anyway, I don't know. I just think it's short-sighted to look at a program that takes up 0.04 of the operating budget, the deficit did. I think, like the lady that spoke before me, investing, getting this out there. We had no idea the program existed. If we had, we would have been in immediately. And I think it's a failure to not promote this and to take a Doge-like view and just cut it off instead of trying to invest in it and grow it is a huge mistake. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Melissa Miller. I'm a parent to a first grader at Phoebe Hearst Elementary. My son went through the Tahoe Parent Participation Preschool Program 2 years ago. And as an only child, this was an amazing opportunity for him to develop social skills that he wasn't able to get during COVID. For me as well, I was able to meet a lot of different families that I am still great friends with, and it's a program that really helps develop a community when a lot of times, especially now that we don't have the opportunity to really get to know other parents in the way that we do with Ms. Tamara's class. And Ms. Tamara is an amazing teacher, and it would be a disservice to the community to cancel this program or to increase fees. Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Amanda Haig, followed by Anna Green, and then Ella Shanahan.
Hi. Hello, everyone. My name's Amanda Haig, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Parent Participation Preschool and Miss Tamara. And just off the bat, we are a single income family. My husband so graciously does the harder job staying home with our children and also attends preschool with them in the past and hopefully in the future. My oldest son here, he's 8.5, thriving at Phoebe Hearst now in 2nd grade. My middle son has been fortunate to experience the amazing program Ms. Tamara has been leading for over a decade. And my daughter is currently in the toddler class and excitedly looking forward to her turn next year. We have considered moving out of our neighborhood, but have ultimately stayed so we could give our children the best start, which we truly believe is the Parent Participation Preschool program. We have even convinced our friends to move to Tahoe Park to be able to join Ms. Tamara's class, who will also begin in the fall. That is how much we believe in this program and the work Ms. Tamara does. We have benefited from the imperative foundation we've learned as new parents through the community created by attending. We've learned the best ways to connect to our children at their developmental level, the best ways to positively discipline, and the best ways to connect through firm, loving boundaries. As parents, we learn how to strengthen our foundations and lean on the experiences of other families in the program. The lessons learned by us as parents, who are the students, have been priceless to our family and all others that have been part of this program. This program is the foundation of this district, a district that has continued to struggle to thrive, and a district I'm considering leaving with all of my children. If you truly care about the improvement of our district, you would see this program as one of the most valuable options. Thriving, excuse me, sorry, I'm not
Thank you.
sure what I'm
I really don't want to cut you off, but
I have one more sentence.
Okay, go ahead.
Thriving families lead to thriving students, and the most formative years in preschool are crucial for our children's futures and success. The lessons learned and bonds created by our families in parent participation preschool continue to positively impact the district for the entirety of the trajectory of their school journey and help our district eventually thrive as well. The families of SUSD deserve this program. Please help make sure our daughter gets her turn next year.
All right, thank you.
Say thank you. Say thank you.
Thank you.
I understand this is a very emotional subject, but please keep your comments to a minute. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna. I won't tell you how old I am, but I still get comments that I am too young to have a 14-year-old. He went through the program. I've known Ms. Tamara, the parent participation program. I've known Ms. Tamara for many years now. To cut this program or increase costs would be a great disservice. I was a single mother, no idea what I was doing. I can't even tell you the amount of support I got from not only the parents, but the teachers there. I grew as a parent. Obviously, I have another child now, and he went through the program as well. I can't even tell you, you can't do this. I wouldn't have been able to do it by myself. And my tribe back there that's cheering, they were all there for me. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I am Ella Shanahan. I am also part of the Parent Participation Program. I've had 3 kids go through the program. This is my 5th year. And I think that, yes, it's a high-quality early literacy opportunity for the kids. But the biggest thing is the parent participation component and the support that all the parents get. And I don't know if you're parents, but parenthood can be isolating. And not only there's the education in the program, how to teach your kids, how to work with them. There's the community because you get to know these other families. There's the ties to the community. It's just incredible. And oh goodness, now I lost my train of thought. But the last thing I'll say is I also agree with the marketing aspect. There are a lot of people who just don't know about the program, and as soon as they do, and as soon as they come try it out, they sign up. So I think we need to be looking at how do we expand this program, not end it. Thank you.
Next group of speakers, Stacy Caldwell, followed by Melissa Pennell, and then Tamara Toby. And Tamara has 5 cards for a total of 5 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Caldwell, and I am a retired Sacramento City Unified School teacher, 36 years with this district. The last 10 years of my career, I taught kindergarten. My granddaughter and I started the parent participation preschool at Tahoe Elementary School January of this school year. As an experienced kindergarten teacher, I was immediately impressed with the quality of the parent participation program. My daughter-in-law and I thought, wow, we found our happy place, a nurturing, welcoming, inclusive classroom with an experienced, loving, hands-on, sit-on-your-lap type teacher. Again, wow. What a treasure, and right here in Sacramento City School District. As an introduction to teacher Tamara, I told her that my granddaughter had a traumatic experience at private preschool. She experienced PTSD, had stopped talking, had become very withdrawn, and was seriously regressing. She lived this negative preschool experience for 3 to 4 months, and then fortunately, summer arrived. And thankfully, no more preschool. Everybody was happy. We did home daycare at the start of the school year, and then January 2025, we cautiously decided to try preschool again, as she was beginning to return to her former good-natured self. We entered Miss Tamara's parent participation preschool at Tahoe Elementary, and the child is thriving. She's blooming, loving going to her new school and being with her new friends and her new teacher. Talking, laughing, sharing, playing, asserting herself, and most importantly, learning. These children are living real-life experiences in Miss Tamara's class and are learning how to react to real-life situations with confidence and clear communication skills.
Ma'am, thank you.
With all the madness coming our way, do we need to cut a program that not only nurtures but also teaches and empowers our treasured little ones? A program that lets children bloom, planting the seed that will allow them to grow, soar, and learn in a happy, loving environment. Let's start children off on the right foot, right where they are, in Miss Tamara's awesome, full of love, happy learning place. Preschool, parent participation preschool at Tahoe Elementary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're out of time. So hi, I'm Melissa with Parent Participation Preschool. This is Tilly. She's 5. She was there for 2 years. This is Mira. She's currently enrolled. And for a time in our society when so many of us feel so isolated and alone in our parenting, and when mental health is at an all-time low, and parenting is possibly the most important thing any of us will do, and many of us don't really know how to do it, having support and a community and a guide in the center like Miss Tamara who can help facilitate interventions, and we can learn how to treat other people's kids like our kids and stop looking at them as other people's kids, because it becomes such a community and village atmosphere in a time when many of us don't have that. And I know that it sounds like funding and enrollment is an issue, and we didn't know that. I mean, as someone said, when people learn of this program, they fall in love with it and they attend. And I think focusing on marketing and not taking away from a root effort to grow mentally well families and children at this really fraught time in our society is really important. So thank you so much for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Brian.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Tamara Toby, and I am a teacher at Tahoe Elementary with the Parent Participation Preschool Program. It's a lot of words. I've met many of you. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I'd love to get to know you. I've been up here several times talking about our program. I've been with the program for almost 15 years. We used to be at 7 schools before COVID, full enrollment. Full classes. COVID hit, our enrollment dropped. We did do online preschool, believe it or not. We struggle with enrollment now because we are in competition with transitional kindergarten. So I believe that the children that are attending transitional kindergarten, and talking with 2 of my friend teachers that are actual TK teachers, say that they know the kids that have had early education and preschool. They know the kids that have had parent participation preschool and other early education. I just want to say that our classroom and this program is what you're hearing from all these families. It is a preschool family. You're hearing it from all of them. I treat all of my kids in my class like my own kids. This program should not be on the chopping block. If anything, it should be grown. There are parents that have been on the board, parents that are in PTA. These parents have to be fingerprinted to be in my classroom. That means that they're ready to be in our classrooms when their kids start elementary school. You want that. You want parents at your schools. They want to be there. It's exciting to see their kids excited to come to school. And that's one of my missions is I want them excited. I want them smiling, running through the gate to me. This is the base. We're wanting our kids to love school. And then we teach them, we educate them. But when they're in my class, we're learning how to share, we're learning how to take turns, we're learning how to walk in a line, we're learning how to be whole body listeners on the carpet, because these are all basic things kids need to know before they even enter now TK, which is essentially kindergarten. Learning how to follow simple directions. So you all, I don't need to go on and on. My heart is in this. The people behind me know that my heart and soul, I'm gonna cry too. My husband's here. He knows that my heart and soul is in this program. And we need to advertise it. We need to get out there, and somehow I need the district to help me advertise how awesome this program is. Because I have had to get banners up, and we've had, thank goodness with the transition from adult education into ELC, we've had support to start kind of advertising, but we're just kind of getting in the role. Now we're kind of getting out of the woods of, being, now that TK is like stronger, I think we need to focus more on our 3 to 4-year-olds who are scared to go to school. I know you heard Stacy speak and her granddaughter. She's been coming to school with her granddaughter every single day. Today was the first day that she dropped Layla off. Layla cried for like maybe a minute, and I showed her some of my special shiny rocks that I had, and she stopped crying. And I distracted her and we walked inside. These are the things that really matter. These are the things that we are wanting our kids, their mental health, right? That's what their social emotional development. It's so important. And we know as these kids get older, right, and get into high school, and we're seeing some of the things with eating disorders and other mental health issues, right? But if we start right here at the base of young years, it's gonna matter, and it will matter. So I want you to look at this program. I want you to sit down. I'm totally willing to sit down with you, and let's talk about it, because all the people behind me want it to happen. Raising fees, completely unacceptable. Those fees that you're talking about are private school fees. Do you want parents leaving and going to private schools? No. You want them staying in the school district. So I want you to think about that, and I want you to really back this program and look a little bit farther than just the numbers. So thank you.
President Singh, we still have 10 cards. So the next group of speakers will be Jillian Jackson, followed by Annika Paulson and Christina Paulson.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm not speaking in hyperbole. I'm here to talk about how this program has changed my son and my family's life. I'm a mother to a really sweet but sassy 3-year-old named Arlo. He loves music and cars. He also uses a wheelchair. And prior to learning about this preschool program, we tried to go the private school route, and that's just not an option for our family. And I don't think people understand how few preschool options there really are for families with children with physical disabilities. Thanks to the Tahoe Elementary Parent Participation Preschool Program, maybe we need to work on how it rolls off the tongue. Maybe we can help with that to get the word out there. My son talks about his school friends. Sorry. My son participates in sharing, and he loves school, and it just wouldn't be possible without this program. And I know we're talking about TK and these other programs, but like, if this program goes away, I don't know where I'm going to send my son.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Annika Paulson, Christina Paulson,
Sophie Paulson, Jens Paulson.
We're part of the Parent Participation Preschool Program.
And Sophie and I were in it for 3 years. I never knew about a parent participation program until I searched after COVID. What are we going to do? Definitely could not afford any type of childcare. And when I first heard about parent participation, I didn't quite understand it. But then when we went, I was just very jealous, and I started having conversations with my parents. And they have no idea, like, how, where were you when would you just drop me off? Yeah, we just dropped you off. Well, what kind of education did I get? They had no idea that I just sat in front of Sesame Street for like the first hour of private preschool. And I knew I was there, and sorry, I'm nervous, but I firmly believe that I know my daughter a lot more because of this program. I don't think I would know her as well. I know for a fact I would not know her as well if it wasn't for this participation program. I wouldn't know about our community as well. So many loving people that I met through this, and it just goes on. The tree, just the branches, the knowledge of everything in our community.
It's made us so much more aware and involved.
Yes.
And just appreciative. I think it's made us better parents and better community members. And yeah, we're better able to support our teachers as well.
Thank you.
Do you want to say anything? I love my preschool. Okay.
Next group of speakers, Chris Perez, followed by Nikki Malevsky for 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm Chris Perez. I'm one of the Sac City staff members who have a kiddo currently in the program and then one who graduated from it. As a teacher myself, I know just how important it is to have involved, active parents, and this is where it starts with Miss Tomorrow's program. The closure of these programs hurts kids, hurts families, and it hurts the communities that we hope to represent as educators. Parent participation programs are an investment in the community. It's not a money thing. Like other parents echoed, it's an advertising issue. It's all word of mouth is how we heard about it, and we speak praise to the program any chance that we get. But we need to invest in our active parents and give our parents who want to be active that chance to be active. Go Miss Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Good evening, Nikki Malevsky from SCTA. This decision should not be taken lightly. These are beloved programs with very long histories in our districts. The Edward Kelly Building has been a public school since 1869. You should go see it. It's out on Bradshaw Road. The Parent Participation Preschool is a very diverse and unique program, and parents actually come to our district from outside of it to participate in this program. They even offer 2 toddler classes that serve 20-month-olds to 3-year-olds. There are no public school options for students of that age except for those that qualify for Head Start and state. The program has truly suffered from a lack of awareness and promotion by the district. One of the teachers told me that she had 2 sets of parents turned away from the Cerna Center this year when they came to the Cerna Center to turn in their SCUSD volunteer paperwork, with each of them being told that the school does not exist in Sac City Unified. Come on, if people in our own school district don't know it exists, the district can do a better job in promoting this program. The school age program is another vital program that has been underpromoted and in some cases undermined by the school district adding competing outside after-school providers using less qualified staff. The school age program has qualified child development teachers who run academically supportive, developmentally appropriate, and safe programs for our students, including care for part-day kinders, which is not always available. So it should be taken into consideration that both of these programs have some sites that are at full capacity and have students and parents signed up for next year already, while some have more struggles with enrollment. So hopefully there are some constructive discussions that can occur rather than closing the programs altogether. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 4 more speakers on this topic. Cassandra Tillman, followed by Rebecca Hawkins, Terrence Gladney, and then Ashley Curry.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Tillman. I work for the Leonardo da Vinci Children's Center. I have been working there since 2006 as a teacher at that program. Right now, we currently have 82 students. At one time, we had potentially 97 students, 95 students, but we couldn't take any more. Our enrollment is constantly being checked because we are getting parents wanting to enroll in our program on a daily basis. And with that being said, we are at a site with a free child care program that is already full. So by closing our program, you will be creating yet another issue because that program will go from, I think they're at about 100 to possibly 200. And that's not a good program for any child to be in. That's way too many kids in one program. Our parents are happy where they are. They are invested in our program. We have all kinds of things that we could be discussing as to what would make our program stronger, as well as bringing Matsuyama up, but we haven't had that discussion. I have been sucker punched today because I didn't even know about this until today because someone sent me a text. So I feel like I've been totally disrespected and left out of the discussion. And that's, to me, is unacceptable. So I'm sorry.
Thank you.
As a teacher in that program, I should have been notified about this. My co-teacher should have been notified about this. We should not have to hear this from outside sources. And also some of those budget lines, I question some of that. And going forward, I can assure you that if this goes any further, it's going to lead to a lot of dysfunction within the school because they already were exploding when I started. And now we're going back to that.
Thank you.
Next is Rebecca Hawkins. Rebecca Hawkins, followed by Terrence Gladney, and then Ashley Curry.
Folks, I know we have 3 speakers left. I am not trying to cut anyone off. There's a lot of emotion, but I am going to start cutting it off in a minute. I'm really sorry.
Totally understand. Another parent for the parent participation program at Tahoe Elementary. Just a few things to hit home. I just want to read a statistic. For years, research has shown that strong family-school partnerships lead to improved student outcomes like identification of needs. In Ms. Tamara's class, we have a lot of students with high needs that get identified early on. Research shows that early intervention with students with autism and my own son who has speech lead to better outcomes and, better outcomes within your elementary school, less stress on your specialist there. This last year, over half of the people who tried to enroll in Tahoe Elementary parent participation were turned away because of staffing issues and their paperwork wasn't in. So it was really like a personnel issue on the district side, like we've been talking about. We got a text message at 4 o'clock, 20 to 50 people showed up within 2 hours to be here. So if we can just get the word out about the program, these parents can get things done. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I was a 19-year-old father when I had my first son, and he went through this program over 20 years ago with Miss Sandy at Bear Flag, which is now closed. You guys should be looking at this as an opportunity. We know that our most marginalized students don't have access to preschool, quality preschool. They don't have enough access. There's an opportunity gap and access gap for literacy exposure. So we really need to be more mindful about how we expand either these programs as a whole or the tenets of these programs that allow a 19-year-old father like myself to have a pathway that ends at this podium. Right? Target neighborhoods where we know that there's access and opportunity gaps and give those kids a fair chance in this district that was not designed for them in mind or with them in mind. Discipline, literacy scores, we know the things that we struggle with in this district, and having parents and more adults on campuses is one way to address that. So let's be mindful about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley Curry, final speaker.
Okay, let's not put this program on the chopping block again so that I never have to bring her here again in the next 3 years. I've had 3 girls in Miss Tamara's program. Sybil's currently in the toddler program. If there's 2 things I hate, it's public speaking and taking this one out anywhere like this at this time of night. So that's just to show how important it is that we're here to speak on behalf of the program. I don't know if anyone has mentioned it because I've been occupied, but it's a great education for children, but it's also for the parents. It's a great support network. Parenting right now, I think, is extremely stressful, and this is a place where the parents can connect, and we meet every month and talk about things, and it's just, there isn't a lot of support for parents. I don't know, I've looked for parent support groups. This is actually one of the best places. So I just wanted to be here to show my support, and that's my time. Hey, Cleo, do you want to say something real quick about Miss Tamara? What do you want to say? You're too shy now? She chickened out, but she had something prepared better than me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more comments, Brian?
No more.
Have staff come up, and I'm going to open up to board questions and discussion. All right, I have some questions. So, trying to think on the spot and see if we can get some answers to some of the questions that have been raised, which some are new to me, so I apologize if we haven't had some of these discussions, but I think it would be good to see if we can get some conversation or information by the next board meeting, for example, that may tell us about the current efforts to solicit enrollment and what that effort looks like, just to understand what we have been doing. I think it's important to address, if we can address if parents are actually been turned away. I really do understand that there is a fingerprinting process, and it's important to background check folks before they come in, sit in the classroom with children, right? So I understand the process is important, but what can we mitigate some of that? Can we figure out what situations have occurred where folks have apparently been turned away? I want to see if there's truth to that comment. And then also, can we get some data around what the parent participation program, what age gaps it covers where TK, outside of TK? So I'm under the assumption that this would cover aspects that would otherwise go to TK. Is this covering age groups outside of the TK process? Parent participation preschool program? Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And what age groups is that?
Yes, we offer a toddler option, which is on Fridays. And then we do have our preschoolers, so our 3 to 4-year-olds and possibly even 5. So yes. I mean, right when they hit that 5 mark, they go off, obviously to TK. But yes, we do have our toddlers that are 2, and then our preschoolers. Yeah, 3-year-old.
Could we go to that slide that had the enrollment numbers and also, let's go to the quadruple P. I don't know what to call it.
Parent participation preschool?
It's a long word. P triple P. One more back. One more. Okay. So which one of these are actually competing with TK? Which one of these, because I'm just saying preschool, toddler, which one of these would TK actually substitute? Like if we had a TK program, what would it be taking away? What would you actually take away? Because the TK program would be competing. And which would have nothing to do with TK and would actually be.
Right, you're right.
It would be everything except for the toddler. So because the other programs include 3 and 4s, but would be in those classrooms. And I'm not sure if they separate their 3-year-olds from 4-year-olds, but I mean, yeah, they're 3-year-olds from 4-year-olds, or they combine. They're combined. So, yeah.
Okay.
So it would be anything, all classes except for the toddler classes.
The 3 and 4-year-olds you're talking about, it would separate 3 and 4-year-olds in the toddler program and the preschool program.
So toddler classes are, I think, the 2-year-olds. Yeah.
But TK starts at
Would be at 4. So all of the other classes include, in the parent participation preschool, would be the 3s and 4s are together.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, if you're 3 years old, you're not going to get into TK programs. So you are serving kids who would not be in TK in all of these classes then?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to clarify. Okay. I think those are my first 3 questions, which is, what are our efforts on soliciting enrollment, figuring out if there is some reality to the fingerprinting issue, and then third, maybe breaking this down a little bit more to show us their 3-year-olds enrolled. I'm sure you have that data, so we can actually see if folks are getting served before they would actually be able to enroll in TK. And I do want to give some comment to that, and I'm happy to hear your guys' commentary on this too, in terms of the importance of what the program offers separate from what TK program, because I'm aware that this is for parents to come in and provide support. Go
So
ahead.
for clarification, you want us to show the number of age-eligible TK students in each of those classrooms?
I think it would be good to see who's 3 years old and who's 4 years old.
Yep. Okay. We'll do that.
And then moving on to the LDV Matsuyama, the paid programs are the ones that folks pay into. Can we go up to that? I think my question around this is when we're looking at the enrollment, it's actually quite high. I see that we're over-enrolled at Leonardo da Vinci. When you're looking at the budget, are you discussing a budget shortfall because you're including in here the additional teacher FTE, that you would have to add a FTE in order to meet the needs of that classroom? Is that included in here?
No.
Okay, so this is based off current enrollment?
Mhm.
Okay. I'm going to pause there with my questions for right now. Do we have other board members with questions? Go ahead, Member Jean.
Thanks for your questions, Member Singh. I'm thinking a lot about how often Sac City breaks ground and how amazing that is. That in 1948, we knew how important it was that kids start accessing educational programs, and we put together, and I don't know all the history of that, to put together this incredible partnership of teachers and parents and all of that. And I think about how the state kind of finally figured that out with TK. And now with TK happening and growing, it's, I think, that idea of wanting to replicate this kind of program. I also think about the many challenges. It sounds like when it first started, there was grant money that was specifically assigned to this and funding it, and that at some point that money went away. And it's that challenge of when grant money goes away, it goes to the general budget, and the general budget isn't big enough to cover what we have to do in addition to these additional programs. And so those are just the big thoughts in my head. This is an informational item. We're not making decisions yet. But I'm definitely going to be pondering a lot of this. The one last piece of info I'd ask for, and I don't know how we track this if we haven't, and I don't want to send anyone on a data search, but what are the outcomes of this program? What are the things that are happening? Are there parents that move from this program to participating in other schools? Are there students that move from participating in this other program that, that end up doing other things? We're hearing about folks that are 20 years old that were in this program, et cetera. So just, when we have to make tough decisions because budget, and I'm assuming we're going to be getting a bigger picture information item about finances and where we are and why we're being asked to know more about our programs and what they cost. And we have to make tough decisions. We also need to make sure that we're not cutting vital things that create more issues. Sorry, I do think that reminded me of one other thing I did kind of put in here. Is if we're going to do a transition, if the numbers of kiddos, sorry, that was on the screen, numbers of kiddos need to now transition elsewhere, do we have the capacity in all of our programs? What is that going to look like? Do we have the capacity? Where's our staff end up going? What jobs are they going to end up having? What inadvertent problems do we create without thinking about this? It feels like there might be some more voices that need to be in the room as we approach what our future steps are in this program. And I'm not entirely certain who all those voices would be, but we definitely heard a bunch of parents and a couple of staff members. So I look forward to getting more information and having those conversations so that we can be confident we make the right decision up here.
Thank you, Member Jean. Member Kayada.
First, I want to thank everyone who came out here. I see a lot of young kids, and I really appreciate the passion with this program. My own family made use of early education in this district, and so this is not lost on me, the importance of these programs and the value they serve to the community. But with that said, I also want to thank staff for bringing us this. I think for staff and for the board, it's easier to say, you know what, this is a very popular program. We're subsidizing it to a large amount, but let's just not touch that. But decisions like that, not being able to have these conversations, it's what leads us to much bigger, challenging budget problems. I think maybe it's not fully clear to the community just how challenging our budget is, that if we don't turn things around really, really quickly, the County Office of Education is going to be here asking us to make more severe cuts. So we have a choice. We can do something that's politically challenging, which is to go through, decide what programs no longer have the funding they had before, what programs have been supplemented by new programs. A lot of the services for both of these items that are available for our kids now come through ELOP, which our own mayor was involved in creating. So these things don't work in a vacuum. We can't just keep supporting programs because we've always had them when funding has gone away and other sources come. But with that said, that doesn't mean we're going to cut everything, right? We need to look at each one and continue having these hard conversations, and it will be critical to keep hearing from community on this. For the parent participation preschool in particular, and again, I think none of us are really deciding things. We're looking for more information. But I think it's really critical that as a school district, we focus on our core educational foundation and being able to provide adequate resources to our kids who are in our core function. And one of those core functions could be bringing families in earlier, getting kids prepared for school. Maybe then we identify special education needs earlier, and by the time people are in kindergarten, first grade, maybe the services are less and that costs less, right? It all is interrelated. So that's kind of my questions is, I don't want to just be providing a subsidized childcare. And I also don't want to provide something that is, I don't think it's right to say this is competing with the private options, because a lot of the private options, first of all, they're unaffordable, but second of all, it's not the same. You don't have certificated teacher, it's more like daycare. So we really are offering something unique, but we need to identify how affordable it is to do that and when it's appropriate for us to direct people to other programs. Something else that I would like to really understand, and again, this is with the preschool program, is to me, of course, I care about all the kids in our district, but to me, the real benefit of this is bringing kids into our educational system and stabilizing and growing Sac City. So I really want to understand, is this something that we just offer, that we're using our education dollars to pay for kids who then don't even go to our schools? How many of the kids are actually matriculating through Sac City? That, to me, I think is really important, because we are spending dollars that otherwise would be spent on the kids in our TK through 12.
I think we have that.
And then with respect to the after-school programs, so fully cognizant that they are, one's in my area and one's in Benjamin's area, but a lot of people in my area go there. I was in a community meeting with Mayor McCarty. We were talking about this because the community didn't understand how after-school programs have changed in the state, because it's rapidly changed. There are many, many people who I think sign up for the paid programs because there's a mistaken belief that these programs that are free are only for people who are, have fewer means, or it's only for people who are going to use it every day, because that's how ACES used to be. If you're not going to come here every day, this isn't for you, right? But that's not the case anymore. And if parents don't understand that, they're going to this other program because they think that's where they should be, but we can actually serve them in our free programs. So I think for the after-school program in particular, I'm a lot more interested in really educating families, but also, before we talk about cutting it, making sure that if we cut our program, that the other after-school program can handle them. And I know we've had 2 by meetings about this, and I asked the same question, but I think it's really critical. I can't, in good conscience, vote to terminate a program or to increase its fees so much that it's unaffordable to a lot of our families, and then say, go to the free program. Oh, but sorry, there's no space. We need to make sure before we cut it that we have a plan. So I know that was a little all over the place, but these are really complicated questions, and I really appreciate that you all heard from the community as well as you're hearing from us.
Thank you, Member Kayada. Member Ibarra.
I have a really quick question. Is this, so I'm looking at the sites for the participation program and where they're located. Is this an open enrollment process? And is it accessible to all students in SCUSD? Or is it only available to the students in the neighborhoods where the schools are at?
It's an open enrollment, and it's offered to anybody. You don't have to live in the neighborhood or the district.
Okay. And how do families know that?
Well, we have it on our district website. We've had banners, and it's like they have mentioned, it's a lot of word of mouth, telling families and whatnot, but we have been trying to up our advertisement. We have it bi-monthly on our website, but it is on there as well. Sac City Unified School District website.
Okay. I know you probably don't have an answer for my next question tonight, and that's okay. But I'm interested to understand the selection process and this open enrollment, and if it's similar or different from the way we do open enrollment for our, secondary for high school.
I could get that for you next
Okay.
week.
Thank you.
But it's
Typically, if you do the enrollment process, there doesn't need to be a selection process because there's been enough spaces for those who want to enroll. Is that what you mean?
No need qualification.
There's no qualifications.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
There are no qualifications, or
Thank
there's no
you.
criteria or qualifications.
I was going to reword it, but you got it. Thank you. And that was it.
Thank you. Member Novato.
Yeah, so the question I have is, basically, is there a space? If someone shows up and wants to sign up for it, it's open. What is the only thing they would have to pay a certain amount of money, right? So they do have to contribute a little bit of money. It's not a completely free program versus TK is completely free, right? That's the difference.
There are fees associated with the parent participation preschool program, as well as the parent has to do so many hours of volunteer in the classroom.
Okay.
And then there's also like a parent workshop monthly that they participate in.
Okay. And then the other question is, do we know how many we've lost to transitional kindergarten? Like, is there a way to keep track of that data, like in the last 3 years, or when did transitional kindergarten start?
I don't know if there's a real way to track how many have lost. We just know that the enrollment has declined, and we can make an assumption that, you know, we've seen a decline in the 4-year-old participation in the program, and we've also seen that same trend in our early learning and care programs, the preschool program that is targeted to our 4-year-old students as well. So as we expand in TK, offering for 4-year-olds in the school sites, we've seen the decline in enrollment in these programs.
And do we actually have a marketing plan in place, or have we had a marketing plan in place to try to recruit more students to the parent participation program or the other after-school programs?
So for parent participation preschool, so I'll just for a little history, Parent Participation Preschool, it was a program that lived in adult education. And so when it resided in adult education, they did do a marketing, a little bit of marketing around the program. And in the last year, when we transitioned that program to early learning and care, since we were serving preschoolers, the adult ed, it was in adult ed because, as I said earlier, it was an adult ed program because the target audience for the parent participation preschool was parents. Improving parent education around engaging with their students. And as the parents here said, the value of that was strengthening families and their engagement with their children in education and in the classrooms, building that network in the community, supporting students. And so when the state didn't fund that as a part of the adult ed any longer, it remained with adult ed, and they continued to support it by doing the enrollment process and collecting the fees. And then the district also then started supporting it financially as well. And then we moved it to early learning and care because we saw the value in aligning programs for students. And so we continued updating the website and working with the teachers. And so in terms of marketing plan or continued marketing plan, we can still continue to do that, but it's not one of the programs in early learning and care.
I'm concerned that we're killing a community here, as you see, and everybody's here. So if we were able to recruit enough kids and parents to participate, I guess in both of the programs, could we save it? I mean, if we were able to do that, like say we run another year of subsidizing.
So if the question is if all the classrooms were full in terms of maximum participation, would the fees collected support the program? I would still say that the district probably would still need to continue to support the program. Okay. But does that mean that we would recommend the same close the program? I think that would be the decision of the board to decide, given the information that staff can present to you, whether or not you would make the decision to either close or look at raising fees or continue to support the program. As we have said, said, this is a tremendous program. Many of our staff members have sent their children or were part of the parent participation preschool. We agree with what we've heard tonight from parents, from students, from former participants in the program. It's an excellent program.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Navarro. Any other questions? All right, I'll just add that Member Kayada asked a really good question. That's trying to see if we can track if students who are coming from outside of district, if we're able to keep those students in the district, because one of the questions we constantly have is enrollment. And if there's a way to increase that enrollment in our district generally, then that can be a positive light on the program itself. But what I'm really hoping is we can have a lot of these answers soon, so we can make a much more informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have item 11.1, Ethel Baker Construction Prop 2 public hearing to authorize the project.
Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, Superintendent Allen. I am Chris Ralston, Assistant Superintendent, Facility Support Services. I come to you seeking permission to host a public hearing on our proposed Ethel I. Baker Measure H project. It is one of the 12 schools listed in the Facilities Master Plan Vision projects, and this is our next in line to start. The project would start design right away. It would start construction in 2027. It would be open in fall of 29. Interim housing would be at CB Wire, similar to how we've done Nicholas in the last 2 years. Pacific for the next 2 years, Baker would follow them. The estimated project budget for this is $115 million.
Thank you. Public comment / public hearing is open. Do we have any public?
We don't have any public comment.
Okay. Any board discussion on this item? All right. I'm going to move. Is there a second? Oh, I'm going to reverse my move.
Sorry, I just
Uno
wanted to
card.
say you're wearing excellent socks.
Oh, thank you.
I know, very random, but.
Appreciate it.
Clearing that from the queue, ruining my motion. I'm moving again, and who wants to second this? Thank you. We're going to do student preferential. No, we're not. We're going to go to roll call vote.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Navarro.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you can show your socks. All right, item 12.1, 25-26 budget development updates.
I thought the same about the socks. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Good evening, President Singh, standing in, President Jean, Superintendent Allen, members of the board, and community. I'm Janae Marking, Chief Business and Operations Officer. This is item 12.1, an update on the 25-26 budget development process, which is presented to you this evening as information. There we go. First, our district guiding principle with our commitment to equity is the priority lens for our work. An overview of the topics in this presentation. In our short time together tonight, I will recap implementation of the redesigned budget development process for 2025-26 and review progress on the board-approved budget right-sizing plan. From November 18th to January 28th, we conducted 135 in-person meetings with all departments and school sites for 25-26 budget development. I personally facilitated every meeting. I learned a lot. This display board was a visual completion tracker, adding a gumball after each meeting concluded. Please join me in thanking the cross-departmental team that came together throughout the process. From the prep and collaboration, to the 12-hour days, to the budget clinic in the bistro. I am also grateful to the leadership team that maintained day-to-day operations, which allowed me the space to invest my time completely in budget development. There was full commitment from everyone involved to implement an improved process and ensure support to leaders throughout the system. Thank you very much, team. The basis of the budget development process redesign was threefold: improve accuracy, empowerment through transparency, and align goals with available resources to identify our baseline. This was accomplished through a collaborative assessment looking at commitments, needs, and the funding levels expected for next year. I've heard the word cuts used to describe this work several times. However, that was not our approach at all. The only factors that determined changes were declining enrollment and loss of funding, such as one-time COVID dollars. The formulas for allocating to schools were not changed. In fact, there were additional enhancements allocated to sites through this process. We have not discussed any budget action beyond determining our baseline expenses. That's the work that has been completed. There was no additional direction to cut by any given amount. A few examples of the additional supports that were provided to sites are class size reduction staffing for secondary, and remember, class size reduction in elementary was implemented in the current year. Additionally, 83 reading intervention teachers for elementary schools, and additional district-funded social workers, and an improvement on our interpretation of the counselor language was also implemented. Throughout the process, we received overwhelmingly positive feedback. Staff from sites and departments appreciated the transparency, learning more about their budgets, and having the holistic budget and staffing support provided by the team. Most importantly, sites and departments expressed that for the first time, they felt like they had a real voice in their future planning, that they were empowered by the process. The meetings were positive. Each one ended with acknowledgement and appreciation of the hard work completed by the site or department staff. Next is a quick catch-up on the approved right-sizing plan. Recall that due to our multi-year projection, Sacramento County Office of Education, or SCOE, requested a plan to remedy the lack of minimum reserve and ongoing issue of expenditures exceeding revenues. In June 2024, alongside the 24-25 budget adoption, the board approved our budget right-sizing plan in response to SCOE's request. The right-sizing plan reflects a 3-year approach to improving our budget outlook and maintaining local control without county intervention. Important pillars of the plan are to improve accuracy and transparency, to redesign the budget development process, as part of that, calibrate staffing to our commitments, such as contract language and basic needs, and as part of that, remove expenditures related to the one-time funds we no longer have. 98. It's meant to catch your eye. This is how many days we have left until budget adoption. The county office has given us until then to demonstrate our demonstrate our commitment to budget stability. They are delaying any significant intervention based upon our right-sizing plan and outcome of the budget development process for next year. Please know that the county office is literally waiting at the perimeter and ready to disapprove our budget. They are cautious to believe that the district, we, will follow through on our commitment to solvency. Their next steps are highly dependent on your action with the proposed staffing changes tonight. In no way is this a threat. Board, you have many priorities to balance, and in your wisdom, you will determine our path forward. However, it is important that we are transparent about the many challenges we face and the consequences that can, and based upon our recent past will, be implemented by our oversight agency. You have all been clear. We do not want to return to county interventions or worse, face state takeover. That directive is reflected in the actions that will be presented to you next and with the most conservative approach possible. Starting to wrap up, reminders of what's ahead. On March 20th, we will present the 24-25 second interim and an updated multi-year projection that Assistant Superintendent Tao is working diligently to bring you more accurate numbers. If we certify as qualified at second interim, a third interim will be required in May. Finally, budget and LCAP adoption for 25-26 will be presented in June. At that time, we will be able to determine the amount of any additional action needed for 26-27. I know it can feel like this. Believe me, I know. Budget numbers matter and budget decisions are difficult, especially when operating on small margins like we do. However, we stay positive and work on solutions. That's made possible because we made a commitment that we're all in this together. Again, we have completed an incredible amount of work that is intended to steady and stabilize our budget outlook. Thank you for the opportunity to update you and the community on all that has been done.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment.
Do we have any board discussion? I did want to clarify, you mentioned that there are no proposed cuts. We're merely looking at 2 items. Remind me what those 2 items were.
The 2 items are adjustments due to declining enrollment, and the second is adjustments due to loss or lack of the one-time funding that we had.
That's predominantly the ESSER funding that is now
Predominantly ESSER
sunset.
funding, Learning Recovery Block Grant is almost out, all these one-time funds.
The one-time funds, excellent. And then declining enrollment, I'm assuming that that's a really tough one because it hits very different areas in different ways.
It does, and to just explain a little bit more about how we approach that process is we work with an outside third-party demographer to have unbiased, like as much of a scientific demographic approach to our enrollment numbers. It's very black and white though. And so that's where we start. And then as we go through each meeting, we're having that discussion with our site leaders and site staff. Either you over-projected me, you under-projected me, or my projection is right on. And we worked through those conversations to make adjustments. So we started with the black and white, but we had that adult gray area conversation to really try to get schools aligned with their basic needs and to make sure that we are really diligently trying to put ourselves in a great position now. We know that we have leveling in the fall, but we want to start out with classrooms that have teachers and not make large adjustments at leveling if we don't have to.
Excellent. And I just want to say thank you for partnering with us on this journey, figuring out how we do right-size our budget and have these tough conversations. And I really appreciate the efforts to make sure we're spending this year's dollars on this year's students where they deserve to have it spent. At the same time, recognizing we need to be fiduciarily responsible and address the requests of those who are required to oversee us. So thank you for finding that balance.
Thank you.
Is there any other board discussion as I ask President Singh to come back?
You can finish it off.
All right, is this an action item or are we just receiving this?
This is information.
It's information only. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, Kansi. Dr. McCarn.
Good evening, President Singh, Superintendent Allen, members of the board. My name is Kansi McCarn. I'm your Chief Human Resource Officer and Lead Negotiator. And as a follow-up to what my colleague Janae Marking started talking with you about, we are going to continue with what that process looks like once the budget development meetings, that interactive process, that detailed process that was just discussed, what happens next. Joining me are Dan Shalek and Jake Hansen from Human Resources as we go through the process used to determine particular kinds of services that are being proposed to be reduced, given, again, that budget development process. I won't actually go through much of this, given that Janae talked through the School Works, which is the local demographic report, as a starting place for the conversation that took place in budget, the initial staffing allocations and what they were based on, the conversations that took place, the master scheduling, all the various people that were in that room. And what I can say is, I think Janae doesn't give herself enough credit, because as we engaged in the budget development process this year, she highlighted that it looked different. It looked different, and hopefully what you got in that too is it felt different to those who participated in the process, and for the first time even had an opportunity to not just go through the process, but to learn about our budgets and what they mean and what we're spending it on. So it was a very inclusive process. In that room, in addition to budget staff and HR staff, it included LCAP staff. It included departments that have positions at various sites, giving perspectives on what was being shared at those school sites related to their vision for the upcoming year. So after that process takes place, which happened in November, December, information being given, the meeting's actually taking place in December and January, very collaborative. At the end of that, then we have the obligation as human resources to look at that data. What came out of those adjustments made based on the right sizing that you heard about the declining enrollment and the loss of one-time funds. We take a look at all that information to determine district-wide what areas, and again, very difficult conversation, but what areas are we going to be potentially overstaffed and not need those particular kinds of services. We bring that to you in February right now because Ed Code says that by March 15th, we have to notify employees preliminarily. So this preliminary notice says to employees who are on this list that you will see, working in those areas, that there is a possibility, the district is noticing them, that their services won't be needed for the 25-26 school year. After that happens, again, prior to March 15th when those are delivered, there's an opportunity for hearings to take place with an administrative law judge. There are conversations taking place with the district and the union related to mandated subjects of bargaining the impact of those layoffs. The administrative law judge then comes back at the beginning of May with a decision. And the decision, because your decision is us moving forward or not approving the resolution. The administrative law judge checks to see that we did the process, that we looked at the credentials the correct way, that we are noticing the correct people to effectuate the resolution. And that has to be done by May 15th. So you will see us tonight for preliminary discussion conversations, and then in May for final. Not to say that preliminary notices are any less heavy or that feel better than May. It's difficult all the way around. But I just want to make sure you understand that March is an opportunity for preliminary, May for the final. So based on the outcome of those budget development meetings we had as a system, it was determined that there needed to be what you see in the middle there, 106.61434 FTE. And FTE stands for full-time equivalent because not all of our positions are full-time. Some are 2 hours, some are 3, some are 5, some are just different variations of that. So for this, it shows of those just over 106 positions, there are, the first place we look, what's vacant? What is already not being filled that could be reduced to have less of an impact on our employees, understanding that all positions are important. So of the 32.09 FTE, these are in various subject areas and they're vacant. So there's no notice given, but the position would be closed. You can see on the right-hand side, K-12 through TK through 12, adult ed child development, is just over 66.0 FTE. Again, various credentials. And we are talking certificated. So this includes some management positions, certificated management, and that includes 2.5 that are vacant and 6 management, certificated management positions that are filled. If you look at the attachment, you will notice that it has asterisks next to some of the credential types and classifications, some of the classifications. As it says at the bottom of this slide, those with an asterisk, we are saying are not going to get or generate a layoff notice because we have vacancies, because we have anticipated attrition, known and anticipated attrition. So we are saying for those that have the asterisks, and if you look under vacant, obviously nobody is getting a notice because they're vacant. If you look under the TK through 12 teachers, you will see that some have asterisks and some don't have an asterisk. So the ones with the asterisks would not be getting a notice. The ones with without. We will go through a process to identify those individuals and go through the particular Ed Code process as laid out by Ed Code. So in March, the reason we're here to try to meet the March 15th deadline that is set by Ed Code to notify employees that potentially, as a preliminary notice, their jobs would not be needed for the upcoming school year because those positions are closing. We have in our CBA language with SCTA, in Article 8531A, talks about a surplus process. And actually Article 8 was one of the recently negotiated ones as we tried to work to identify an appropriate process and system, and we have a surplus fare. We have various things that can happen in order to have people move into different positions. Now, that's additionally difficult when we have layoff time. That is contract language, and so unless we agree to a different date, that is in there to be completed no later than April 30th. Final layoff notices, as I said, May 15th. And then after that happens, as soon as there is a position in that classification that somebody was laid off in, say the district opens it up, we can't just go out and hire somebody. We go to the person that got that layoff notice. They have the first right of refusal for that position. So they have reemployment rights. And that's what the 39-month or 24 months, if they're probationary, rights back to the position that was closed. This slide shows a little bit more in detail about the surplus process, where they come in. And so while a layoff is meaning that the position is going away, it won't be there. It's part of a position control adjustments. It's part of movement of the district. A surplus is just moving around into different positions that might be. Ultimately, we need to know where we have those positions so we can try to either bring back employees or know in those areas where we have significant vacancies, like special education, that we continue to recruit. So we recommend the approval of this resolution, 3471. We show here the steps that we will go through in terms of continuing to monitor attrition as it comes up, continuing to monitor vacancies, engaging in the appropriate processes as outlined by the Ed Code as well as our CBAs, and engaging in layoff hearings. We will be back, should you approve, in May for a final. So we start here with preliminary as the most possible. We continue working, we come back in May with what the final would be. And our team is here, our collaborative team, you can see individuals sitting up front as well, representing the departments that worked hard and are able to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, do we have any public comment?
None for this, sir.
All right. Board discussion. Go ahead, Member Cota.
So, like you said, Dr. McCarn, a lot of this makes sense, but it's also incredibly difficult, and it's not something that I would like to do. I'm also cognizant that Scully is very much paying attention to what we are doing here to make sure we're committed to our having a budget that makes sense that we can certify. To the extent that we will keep people in the district, I think that is the most important part. We need to identify based on our current student levels where staff are needed, but I don't want people going out the door, leaving our district for another profession or going to another district. We've had incredible recruiting challenges over the years, and if we lay people off who we just spent years trying to hire, it just doesn't make sense to me. Earlier, there was comments from SCTA and SEIU talking about all 7 of us up here committing to avoiding impacts at the site level. For me, at least, and I'm pretty sure I speak for all of us, but that's not something that we just agreed to as part of our campaigns. That's something that's the core of why we're here. any sort of reduction in services should be as isolated away from the students as possible. So I understand this is procedural. This will just allow us to continue down that. So I will be supporting this tonight, but I do have to say, you know, moving forward, if we're removing staff at school levels and hopefully keeping them in the district because our enrollment's down, the level of staffing at Cerna Center should also go down. Cerna's population has continued to grow, and yet we're asking our schools to suffer for that. And that's not something that I can support. The Cerna Center, our administrative offices exist to assist the board with developing policy and to implement those policies and to support our community and our school sites. If they're doing more than that, they could be doing something that the city or the county should be paying for. It could be because we know people around here and it's hard to let go of a face that you see every day, but the faces I see every day are the people at our schools. And, you know, we really, if we're asking for any impacts at our schools, we really need to be on our absolute A game here in the district office. And that's something that I increasingly, as we face these difficult conversations around the budget, it's becoming really clear to me that this is where I'm going to draw the line. You know, I hear reports that the district office isn't responsive to school sites. I hear, you know, like we just heard today, people are getting turned away when they're looking for assistance. These are things that I can't support if we're having cuts at school sites. Well, I can't support it either way, but it becomes especially egregious. And when we have staff who come to tell the board they're doing the wrong thing when we're paying them, things like that tell me that there need to be some changes in this district office before we start talking about having our schools be the face of our budget cuts. So that's the line for me.
Thank you. Member Benjamin.
Yeah, this is, thank you. Thank you for this. It's particularly hard. I've been on both sides of this, right? I've been on, as I'm a lifelong educator, so I've been, you know, on both sides of layoffs, and it's tough. I'm looking at this and, you know, like, you know, Taylor was saying, it's tough because I'm looking at some of these positions that look like they're going to be closing, and as Ms. Jackie and England said, they're going to affect, you know, some of the most marginalized kids, especially when we look at, you know, some of our core value being that, you know, I have community schools in my district, and so these services, you know, directly affect my students, and so I'm concerned about that. I do understand it as well, that, you know, we have to stay fiscally sound, but I think, you know, going forward, as mentioned, you know, it's just hard for me to kind of wrap my head around, you know, cutting these direct services, and so I think we really got to take a look, you know, going forward at what we cut. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. So I agree. I think that, I think the board is being clear on the type of cuts where we want to see them, but at the same time, there's still time to make some changes and make some shifts. I'm going to offer an amendment to your resolution tonight, Dr. McCarn, and that is to, because we still need answers from the presentation we just got from Ms. Wright. So I think at the very least, we need to at least remove the 6.5 FTE attributed to the parent participation preschool program folks and the folks over at the LDV and Matsuyama sites for the early learning spaces. Hopefully we'll get some more clarity from staff around how that works, and we can make a much more informed decision on that. So my amendment to that resolution that you have would be to remove those 6.5 FTEs and then move forward with the rest of the resolution. Go ahead, Member Cayetano.
So I just want to make sure I understand the modified. If we were to take that action that President Singh just mentioned, would that essentially preclude us from closing those programs because now we don't have the timeline to change those positions for the next year? or am I misunderstanding the timeline? I just want to make sure that that if we need to do this in order to allow ourselves to make a decision, then we do that. But if you understand what I'm asking.
I do, and we're here to make sure that the process is followed, given the direction of the board and the outcome of the budget development processes that identified the reductions. And so in terms of process, as I understand President Singh's amendment, is that taking off the 2.5 parent/preschool adult teacher and the 4 child development teachers, those 6.5, and moving forward with our analysis and continued work in every other area so that we can meet that March 15th deadline. For just those positions, we still would need to come back to say, what's your decision, what's your direction on that 6.5?
Okay, so there would be time, basically, we can defer the decision for those positions when we consider it with a larger picture.
Little bit of time, yes.
Okay, well, in that case, I would second your motion.
Oh, you have a comment?
I was just going to ask that we still have time, so we still have another board meeting on the 6th.
Correct. So my motion, I'll just clarify. The motion, the way I'm making it is because we have time, although it's limited. But we do have a lot of questions that we asked tonight. If I counted, we had 9 or 10 questions for staff, and those are not going to get answered right now. So I think to some level, it showcases a commitment to try to keep those classroom level student services intact, at least for now, and for staff to do their due diligence and continue working to give us a different picture in a couple of weeks. And I know that's difficult, but I appreciate it. So we have a second from Member Kayada with the amended resolution, so I will move to a roll call vote, which does not include you. Sorry.
Member Jean. Aye. Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Navarro.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra. Aye. So moved.
Thank you. To point 3.
We're going to be here for a few, sorry about that. Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, Superintendent Allen. I'm Concy McCarn, your Chief Human Resource Officer and Lead Negotiator, and with me are a variety of district leaders, including Dan Shalek and Jake Hansen from HR. Given the amended adoption with the amendment from the last item, in order to ensure that we do follow the process and that we do meet our ed code requirements, we need to ask you to adopt a determination for a tie-breaking criteria. And what that says is when we do layoffs, it's based on seniority. And when we do seniority, we, at times, many times, have employees with the exact same seniority date, because maybe it's the new teacher orientation that everybody has to come to first, or whatever it may be. Or we're just hiring people on the same day. So when that happens, and it happens in an area that you've just approved that we need to reduce, and there's a tie because they have the exact same seniority date, we need to identify a way to break that tie. And so the tie-breaking criteria, as you see in this resolution before you, proposes what we have successfully used in the past, which is a point system. And that point system gives employees, based on those items that you see there, points for having certain credentials, for having additional degrees, for having other stuff. And when those points are given, it will result in breaking the tie. There are some times when we have to do what we call a casting of lots. I think that's what we call it, where we sometimes just work with the union and where they're in the same space and we're literally just picking. Ultimately, the bottom line is so that we can ensure we're noticing the appropriate individuals because it is seniority based. So happy to answer questions, but this is in order for us to notice the appropriate individuals, meet the ed code timelines of March 15th, and then ultimately May 15th. So happy to take questions.
Do you have any public comment, Brian?
We do not.
Board discussion? I'm going to go ahead and move.
Second.
Roll call.
Member Jean? Aye. Member Kayada? Oh, sorry. Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra? So moved.
Thank you.
Aye.
12.4.
Hello, good evening. Concy McCarn, your Chief Human Resource Officer. I know I say it because sometimes they take the clip for each individual one. Concy McCarn, Chief Human Resource Officer and Lead Negotiator, here with a variety of leaders, district leaders, including Dan Shalik and Jake Hansen from Human Resources. So given the approval of the amended approval of the layoffs, so the reduction of particular kinds of service, and the tie-breaking that just happened, we still know that we have areas that are extra high needs. And it could be the case where there's an individual identified for a layoff in one of the classifications that we've identified as our skip criteria. And this gives us permission to not give them a layoff notice, even if it might be at their seniority place, to skip over them to the next, because these are hard for us to fill at any given time in the year. And so as we work hard to recruit and retain individuals with a BCLAD or bilingual cross-cultural language and academic development, in special education with a special education credential, or in our transitional TK programs, we want to keep them. So the skip criteria that you would be approving says these things. If they meet competency in those areas, the BCLAD, so multilingual, in our multilingual programs, TK, as defined there, holding a position, a TK position, either currently or qualified to teach TK, or have within the last 5 years. And they have a special education credential. We are asking your permission to skip them as we implement the layoff to determine who gets a notice. Happy to answer questions about that, but we recommend approval so we can carry out appropriately within Ed Code the layoff resolution.
Thank you. Brian, public comment?
No public comment.
All right, board discussion? Do we have a motion?
Motion.
I heard Member Jean and Member Ibarra as a second. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Roll call.
Member Ibarra?
You get to go first.
Aye. Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Thank you. 12.5.
Good evening, President Singh, members of the board, Superintendent Allen. I'm Concy McCarn, your Chief Human Resource Officer and Lead Negotiator. I'm here with a variety of staff members, district leaders, including Dan Shalik and Jake Hansen from Human Resources. The last 3 items were related to certificated non-management and certificated management. This resolution is related to a reduction in force due to lack of funds or lack of work for our classified employees. And again, just as a reminder, the process that Janae took us through on how we got here, the information and data gathered, we are here now to talk about the process of moving forward with that data that was gathered. So the initial slides, it's very similar to what we heard in the certificated layoff, because it is the same process, that collaborative process that was discussed, that's used to determine the outcome. And we're here to ensure that the process is followed with regards to that outcome. And although I know we keep saying it, just to say again, we recognize that these are difficult conversations, decisions, and weigh heavily on employees, whether it is a preliminary notice or a final notice or any kind of notice. The timeline is the same as for certificated in terms of when conversations happened, in terms of us being here in February, in terms of that March 15th layoff notice, preliminary layoff notice. They have, employees who receive a layoff notice have the right to be heard to ensure the process was followed, right? That we are identifying the correct individual through a hearing, and then we come back in May for final direction and approval. Some may recall that previously classified layoffs had a 60-day notice. So we brought these much later and only came once. That changed with AB 438, which now allows for some of the rights experienced in the process for certificated that classified have those same rights. It is to have a preliminary notice, to have a right to a hearing, and to have that final notice. In this layoff that is before you, you see 196.67925 FTE, and again, FTE is full-time equivalency. That reduction, based on the outcome of those December meetings, those January meetings, resulted in positions classifications being identified, totaling this amount. Of that, just over 79 FTE are vacant positions, so those will be closed. And one of the reasons we close vacant positions is it helps to keep our position control accurate. They're closed, they're no longer vacant. 69.5667 of those reductions are positions that we have employees in right now. Various classifications, various hours, various calendars. And we also have management. 21 management positions being closed are vacant, with an additional 27 being reduced that have individuals in them. And all employees have rights as it relates to that, so we want to ensure that we are following the appropriate process. Similarly, on this resolution, you'll see an asterisk next to titles, right, next to school sites. Those asterisks, again, means there's not a layoff notice associated with that particular one. Certainly you see that in vacant, because if it's a vacant position, there's nobody to be noticed. You see it in other areas as well. And employees have rights to bump back into positions they've held in the past based on seniority. They have rights to voluntarily reduce. All of that happens through conversations with the union on helping to ensure that we explore all of the potential rights that they have. Something that happened last year, because unfortunately we were in the same situation last year and issued classified layoff notices and met the timelines and issued them appropriately. But through that and working with the union, we were able to, when we came back to you in May, come back with very few, and actually those few ended up, we worked really hard to find other positions. We have vacancies, so positions that individuals could go in. We have other things to explore that. That doesn't mean that nobody will get a notice, because I think there will be notices. But what it does mean is that we will work closely to help ensure where we can that individuals are getting access to some of our known vacancies and to ensure that the rights are upheld. So with that, we recommend approval of this resolution. We will continue to work with the union and follow the CBA as well as Ed Code, and we will be back in May with final recommendation for final notices. So with that, we're happy to answer questions.
I'm going to open up to public comment.
President Singh, we have a total of 7 cards on this topic. So we'll begin with Mary Strews, who has 2 cards for 2 minutes. Mary will be followed by Jamie Bateman, and then Anna Tuliu.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Struess. I'm the coordinator of Learning Support Services for Hiram Johnson's Student Support Center. This is my 24th year in my position. I have a master's degree in social work with a credential in school social work, as the majority of my fellow support center coordinators have as well. The model of student support centers has always been grounded in school social work practice and deep collaboration within our school communities and with community partner organizations who provide in-kind campus-based services for students. This has been the case for 30 years or more when the district began receiving the California Department of Education Healthy Start grants. The staffing model has been a part-time or a full-time coordinator, just depending upon the sites, a part-time or a full-time school social worker, again, depending, and university bachelor's level or master's level interns that basically volunteer with us for the entire school year, 2 to 3 days a week. And then we also have varying levels of in-kind services provided by community-based organization partners, recruited by support center coordinators like myself. This staffing model enables us to meet student and family needs for services at our school sites in an effective and responsive manner. As an example of what these staffing and community partner resources can mean to a school, I'd like to share some data from the Hiram Johnson Support Center, just from the last year. 45 CPS reports, nearly 400 students received direct in-person support, crisis intervention, individual mental health services, case management, one-on-one mentoring, support group participation, 42 suicide risk assessments, 222 students received mental health services. Am I out of time for my 2 minutes? Okay, thank you. 116 students had crisis interventions. In terms of Tier 1 activities, which is a very important part of what we do in our support centers, here are some examples from Johnson. All of the Hiram Johnson students received substance use education from one of our community partners, Omni Youth Services. All Hiram Johnson students received suicide prevention education in their social science classes. That was 67 presentations in partnership with our school the school counselors. We've coming in and presenting to all of the ninth graders on healthy relationships, dating violence, sexual violence, challenge day programs that provide the opportunity for students to have an experiential full day where they are all about building connections with each other and with school staff. So just last month, we had 231 students and 54 school staff and community partners that were at that. I mean, I could go on and on. The school social worker and I went to all the PE classes and in partnership with an assistant principal, and we talked about Title IX, sexual harassment, to try to reduce those instances happening on our campus. We try to take a really holistic approach in the way that we operate our support centers. The other support centers are similarly providing the same kinds of Tier 1, intensive, and targeted Tier 2 and 3 types of services. I mean, just this last quarter, 28,000 Sac City students received direct services from support center staff. The social workers, the coordinators, the youth and family mental health advocates, we have an impact on these kids. School social workers, as talented and skilled as they are, will not be able to meet the high demand for services at their school sites on their own. There's too many kids and families asking for help to just have one social worker or a half of a social worker at a school. Given what is happening at a federal level, and the local impacts that are sure to just keep coming and coming in Sacramento, the mental health and basic needs of our students and families will only increase exponentially over time. The proposal to eliminate support center coordinators in this district makes absolutely no sense. financially, we cost less money than social workers. Why are we expanding the number of school social workers in this district and eliminating experienced, quality people that have integrity, that do wonderful work with students and families? You know, that it just makes no sense.
Thank you.
That is it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jamie Bateman, and I just wanted to speak a bit about my experience. I will say I was shocked at Exhibit A today when I came in. I have had radio silence from our supervisors of what they can and can't share with us on the cuts. We knew there were going to be cuts, and I know you all have very difficult decisions to make, and I can't imagine, because I'm sitting here listening to everyone and wanting to fund it all as well. I just want to say, because we have had zero communication, I feel like we can't even fully present to you the impact that these cuts are going to make, just not on us as humans, but on the school sites that we serve, on the model that our program was built upon, which is an evidence-based model. It's not just because, we want someone in non-rep management there. It's because the model works. I consider us to be kind of an administrator's best friend, because we are there taking over, supporting them with things that come up that are unexpected with the everyday things. We're dealing with tier 1 things, providing culture and climate support to the school staff and the students and the families, and we're providing support for that social worker that can be there and meet one-on-one with those mental health needs. We do some of that ourselves as well, but it's just this collaboration that I am just shocked that we're looking at a department that's completely turned on its head, and I feel like our supervisors did ask budget to please keep that model, if at all possible, and then suddenly we heard today that every social worker was not going to be laid off, only specialists. And I am, emotional about it, but I also just want to share with you that process. It didn't feel great, and also I just really want to advocate for that model. And I also just think that we need to look at it a little bit deeper. I would love to be able to have the ability to share a presentation about how that will impact our school sites. But until then, I just, I hope for the best, and I know things can change, and we appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Anna. It's not here. Okay. Then we have Courtney Poole, followed by Marisol Ruiz, and then Celia Vargas.
Good evening, board. My name is Courtney Poole, and I work as a mental health specialist too at Fernbacon Middle School, but I'm here speaking for myself tonight out of concern for our students and families. I believe in mental health and support services in schools, meeting students and families where they're at, which is their schools. The Student Support Center model that is implemented at many of our school sites, some for over 30 years, is crucial for delivering these services that are so desperately needed. This model works because there is a team. Coordinators, which are mental health specialists 2, learning support coordinators and coordinators 1, social workers, and sometimes youth and family mental health advocates. This team works together to ensure that there is both direct support, which could look like crisis intervention, safety assessments, mental health services, resource referrals, mentoring, home visits, attendance interventions. I could go on, as well as prevention services, so kind of those tier 1, anti-bullying workshops, attendance initiatives, social emotional learning activities, parent engagement and education, and go on about that too. Each role on our team is vital to run an effective student support center under the MTSS model that this district strives to implement. I'm very concerned to see that the Specialist 2 and Coordinator 1 student support and health services positions are on the layoff list at a time when fear and mental health needs are at a very high need. This model is successful in providing support and opportunities for all of our students to be emotionally ready to learn and to meet the district's LCAP goals. I really hope you consider this when you vote tonight, and I urge you to vote against these layoffs and reconsider the budget to prioritize mental health and student wellness. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Allen. My name is Marisol Ruiz. I have had the honor and the pleasure of being a mental health specialist too for the past 4 years. I'm devastated to hear about the cuts in our department for the next school year. We have all developed roots within our community, with our students and their families. We are passionate about the work that we do. We deeply care about our students and our families. We're more than just a number. I really hope that you reconsider not making these cuts for next school year. These cuts are going to negatively affect our students and their families. Thank you.
My name is Celia del Toro Vargas. I am a school social worker in the district. And I have to say that I was extremely devastated to find out that 19 positions are out for layoffs. As you heard Mary Struz talking about all the data that she presented to you, we are not just numbers. All those numbers have a face. All those numbers have a name. For me, it's extremely devastating to hear that those services that we provide on daily basis are going to be cut in half if I don't have the support of my coordinator at my site. I would really like to encourage you all to really think and reflect on the decisions that we are making and how those decisions are impacting our students directly. If we do say that we care about students, I would like for us to pause and to really think about how this is going to affect our students and the chances of them being successful in life. Every decision that we make right now is going to impact their ability to be successful, to get a career, and to be productive students. I would like also to request that when we talk about cuts, that we not only think about the people that are getting affected directly, but also all the direct services that are going to be removed from our students. As it is right now, we are having a difficult time providing mental health supports, basic needs, community resources for every single one of our families at our sites. And removing 19 positions will be devastating for many of our students and our families. So I would really like to encourage you all to really think about the students as people and not as numbers when you are making those decisions. Thank you again, and thank you for your support.
No more public comment.
Thank you. I'm going to open up to board discussion. Member Ibarra.
I appreciate the comments this evening. Some of my questions were around that, only because I know this is a tough decision, right? Like we keep saying that all evening, but there's so many concerns that come around, specifically when I think about mental health services that we're offering our students, especially with the current climate, right? Politically speaking, outside of the mental health challenges. And so I'm just gonna make a comment, not necessarily gonna ask you questions, because I know that this is also tough for you all, and I respect all of the work that went into this. But something for my colleagues here on the dais is that the CDE recommends 250 students per social worker. And I can tell you right now that we are nowhere close to that. And so when we're considering these cuts and we're taking away what seems to be management, but is more, I mean, it is, right? I believe that's why it's on this list. But the overarching message that I'm trying to give here is that we know the city is also making budget cuts. And the city of Sacramento lacks a strong mental health triage for mental health services in general. And I don't know if you all know this, but if you have a student or a child or an adult with mental health needs that are like, for example, around suicidal ideation, you go to an emergency room and you sit there for days sometimes until a facility opens up. So the services that we provide through the folks that just came in and gave us public comment, they help the likelihood of it having to get to that level significantly. Yeah, I just want you guys to take that into consideration. They do so much more. Also around the homelessness, I've seen so many services, and I really am at a loss for words because it's not easy, and I know that. But yeah, that's all I want to share.
Member Kayada.
So the board also only got this packet at the same time as the public, so I've been trying to flip through this while we're having other presentations, but it's been pretty jam-packed here tonight. I do understand this is the first step, and it doesn't necessarily mean these positions are gone. It's just the authorization. Is that right?
While it is the first step, I mean, potentially, that's what it means, right? It's preliminary notices for the next school year. So yes, it is the first step of a couple steps to take, but the recommendation for the positions closing asterisks aside in terms of the individuals, I mean, it's still a very real step. I didn't want to give a false impression, but it is the first step because we come back in May for a second.
I guess just seeing a list of positions, and some of them I feel like I know exactly what they are, but a lot of them I'm not really sure, and I don't know what role they're serving on their sites or their department. It's really hard for me to capture the impacts of this without knowing really what we're doing. This seems to be a lot more than matching declining enrollment. This, I think, is a lot of loss of one-time dollars. Is that kind of what we're seeing here?
I would invite our CBO back up, but in terms of the two main things related to both declining enrollment and one-time funds or temporary funds no longer available to us, I'm sure she could answer that more eloquently.
Yes, that is the only changes we made. We're declining enrollment and loss of one-time funds. Especially when we're in this realm, there's several layers of grant funding that, come and go, so on and so forth. But it was really a conversation about we did what we had to do with COVID dollars, which was invest heavily in staff, but it's very painful now. And we, unlike some districts, actually even extended an extra year and held on to as many one-time funded positions as we could for an extra year. And we're just at the point where we don't really have anywhere else to go for revenue to put behind these things. And as the CBO, I am not a certificated staff member. I do not make programmatic decisions, and I look to my colleagues in program to determine what is best, and they all face the same difficult decisions because the need is great and the resources are finite. And, but I can confirm that the conversation was literally around enrollment and one-time funds and what resources we have available for next year and trying to make the most of that.
Okay. And I mean, I don't want you to have to fall on the sword for this because the board was aware of this from you and from your predecessor, Rose Ramos. We knew that we hadn't identified a permanent funding plan for those positions, and we extended for a year. And, we invested the money we had at the time we had it, and now we don't have it. So I understand that a lot of this belongs to the board, but it doesn't make it any easier. And I share Member Ibarra's concerns. Like, we need a lot more social workers in our schools. We have positions we can't even fill, and then we're going to be removing them, and a lot of these that we're eliminating don't even have an asterisk. So it's like, to me, that just doesn't make sense. Like, we have so many openings already. I don't want to lose. It's challenging to me, the positions that I know we've had trouble recruiting for and we've struggled with, and then now they're gone.
Yep.
I guess, just reiterating kind of what I said before is, to the extent that we can make, paper cuts and eliminate the position but not a person. Also kind of, I guess what you're hearing a little bit from the board is that there are some things we would like to prioritize: mental health, homeless services. And if it's, no position is easy to lose, but there are some things that we really know that our students need, and that need didn't go away just because the dollars dried up. I know it's not much, but I would say one thing I'm not seeing here on this list is our chief counsel position, which we funded at a really high level and we haven't been able to fill for like 2 years. I would like to just cut that one. That'll save us $300,000, but that could be a position or two. I don't know. I feel like I'm not helping anymore, but it's really hard. So.
Thank you, Member Kida. Student Member Chu Griffith.
My question would be, how would the layoffs and potential cuts to special education staff change or augment our ability to fulfill 504 and IEP plans? And how would we be able to still provide those services with less staff?
I'll invite my colleagues, Yvonne, to come on up to speak specifically to the program component of it, because of course we still need to ensure that we meet needs, and that's why you see in some places asterisks as appropriate, she's coming, to be able to talk about in making those reductions, what that looks like for specific special ed needs.
Repeat the question. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, with potential layoffs to special education staff, for example, I see that we would be laying off 6 health aides. How would we still be able to fulfill and provide services to students with 504s and IEP plans who require these staff for support?
Jake, do you want to explain that one? That's the switching them in the position?
So that classification is there are health aides that are being created behind those health aid special ed positions. So the services are still going to be offered. It's more of a cleanup and ongoing conversations that we're having with our partners to make that movement happen while staying in line with the CBA and cleaning up our position control.
Okay, so there would still be enough staff to provide services, or?
For those health aides specifically, for the amount of the special ed health aides, there's health aid classifications being created.
Does this go for all special education services, or is that just for the health aid example?
That one specifically for the health aid. The instructional aid special ed that you see, most of that is from classrooms moving, so less enrollment at one site being created at another, and that's why you're seeing that asterisk next to those classifications, because we're not laying those folks off. They're going to be retained in the district to serve other students at another site.
Okay, thank you.
Member Jean.
We knew the tough decisions were coming with ESSER funding. There were 3 rounds of ESSER funding from the federal government that were sent to districts specifically for the impacts we were experiencing through the pandemic and various things. And I'm flashing back to, I want to say it was October when we got a Health and Human Services presentation, and in there was mentioned that this conversation was coming. And I remember asking at the time what the plan was, and at the time there wasn't a plan. And it sounds like there isn't a plan because there isn't money. And that's really, really, really hard. I know that the student support and health services, the health services department is going through a lot of transitions, and that there need to be probably some big programmatic conversations about a variety of things. And I look forward to those conversations happening. I also know that the ESSER funds are gone. The money, like, we did what we were supposed to do, and the need is great, and the state and the feds are not funding us. So we are then tasked with making what seems like a really difficult decision, because up there, they're not funding us the way they need to. I could, we're late, I'm not going to do it, but I could go on a very big rant exactly as to why California is severely underfunded when it comes to education. So as much as I don't want to vote yes on this, I know that you have done your due diligence to have the hard conversations, to make the decisions of where this comes from. And I'm going to have to vote yes on this to support that work, knowing that we're going to continue to do everything we need to and can do to support the mental health of our students in our district.
Member Navarro.
So I get the fact of, thank you. I get the fact that we're losing COVID dollars, but the question that I've been asking myself the last few hours, or maybe a few days actually, is I know that when we're doing this, and I noticed that we're only doing this in people that actually work in the schools, right? And the decision that we're making is based on enrollment numbers. But as Member Kayada mentioned, we all ran with the idea and promise that we were going to keep as much as the personnel that we needed at the school sites or as close as possible to the classroom. So if we lose an enrollment, how come we don't have any layoff notices for people that don't work in the school sites? And this is not a question to you guys directly, it's a question for us up here that we need to ask ourselves. And I know that we're gonna do the best possible to make sure that people don't leave the district, but I just want us to think about that when we actually do a final decision on this. And yeah, I'm gonna vote no, because I know that you've been doing work, so I'm gonna vote yes on this preliminary. And actually, Member Jean pointed at some that are listed, but I just want us to think about that. That's all.
All right, thank you. Member Ibarra, and then Member Benjamin.
Although I think that for the most part, as a board, we may align and be like-minded, I'm going to respectfully ask for my fellow board members to refrain from making comments that imply that we are in agreement with something, because that's not always the case. And that's okay. Sometimes we have to agree to disagree. But I don't want to start having to be like Eric Mays and yell point of order every time you guys do that. So that's all I wanted to say, respectfully.
Member Benjamin.
Yeah, so I just have a question, which is, I've worked for the district pre and post COVID, right? So, we've seen after COVID, the human services need, rose. And so my question is how were the asterisks determined, A? And was there a rubric used? Like, how was that? And who was surveyed to kind of put together the priorities of the need? Because, like I said, I get all of my educational work experience from the classified space. And so I know how important it is for us that are doing this work, because we're there every day in a support capacity, right? We're making sure that the kids are safe on and off the campus. And so my question is, how were the asterisks determined? Who determined what was important? Because when I look at, student support and health services in this day and age and what our kids are going through, it's almost nothing more important than that right now for these kids. And so I would like to know how these asterisks were determined.
Well, first, we don't disagree that every single position and person is important. And the asterisk was something we started doing just a couple of years ago. I'm not aware of another district that does that like we do, because what we saw on there with our perpetual need for particular positions and having vacancies is that even if at this moment we needed to reduce in reduce our workforce in certain areas, we still have vacancies. We still have anticipated attrition because we look at our trends. What is it like? Classified layoffs have to do with not just the classification, but with the calendar and the hours, all of those things. So when we look at a list that doesn't have asterisks, that says everything's on there, we then go through and determine, they're all important, which ones do we know we have vacancies on? We went through many years of no asterisks with layoffs, and some of you might remember layoffs and then bringing them back. And so we said, why do that? So let's take some risk, calculated risk, mind you, but let's take some calculated risk. Let's not just look at our our attrition as of today, but our projected based on our trends. We look at all of that, we look at our vacancies, and it's a calculated risk, fairly, as best as we can do, as close as we can do to ensure that, one, we're not overstaffed, because we do have our fiduciary obligations to ensure that we balance, but also where we know we are going to have needs. Because we are a district that has duality of both things. We have vacancies year-round, unfortunately. We work hard to try to fill those vacancies. And we have layoffs to close positions, which doesn't feel good and disrupts the entire cycle. So those asterisks come from all of those pieces with our kind of most aggressive but safe thinking, and looking at trends and looking at our data and anticipating attrition that we possibly can.
Okay, and so, and I get that, and I understand that. But when I think about this, and being someone, like I said, who worked in support capacities at these schools and every day with these kids, I hear nothing about the needs assessment, gathering the voice from the people who are actually doing the work. And that's what I'm saying, is like, who determined these asterisks? Because if you ask anybody in the community and in the support capacity, they'll tell you that these positions in particular are needed, right? And so I'm just trying to figure out, what model was used. Was there a rubric? I understand you just gave the explanation, but these student support and health services, especially in this day and time, are integral. Like, they have to be there. And so, I mean, in thinking about this and in the decision, and like you said, like we all agreed, we kind of could forecast that this day was coming, but I just want to just put that out there. Thank you.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate kind of voicing the struggle with the decision. And while, yes, the asterisks are definitely not a indication of importance, it is also looking at these particular sets of career lattice. Just a variety of things. So I'm not sure what I can say to make it. It's definitely, nobody wants to be here. We're definitely looking as close as we can. We absolutely know that we need right now more than ever, as many have said, mental health services for our students and our adults, actually, right? But we have declining enrollment, and we have a lot of one-time funds that we use to buy these that now we're out of choices for that particular component.
Student Member Shea Griffith.
I'm sorry to drag out this conversation more, but I can't vote, and I really want to be able to put in my 2 cents on this mental health issue. Something I find myself thinking about is what would happen if we did lose these site mental health staff. And quite honestly, I don't have faith that the staff at Cerna Center are going to be able to actually respond to student crises, to student mental health issues, and to actually give students the support that they deserve and need right now. Because if we really think about it, if we're removing site-level mental health staff, we're leaving Cerna Center staff who, the best they can do is visit a few sites, maybe send out posters and emails, but not really be able to connect with those students and provide them adequate mental health support. the Student Mental Wellness Council, when we came together, one of the first issues we recognized was a lack of places students could go to actually get mental health support, to actually be able to talk rawly about their mental health. And I'm really concerned that as we remove these positions, that these number of spaces that students can talk about mental health are going to go from few to zero. And I think we've all acknowledged that students are going through crisis right now. But, I go to school every day and I can see just the mental health toll. The amount of people I know just at my school alone and in this district who are in school and have attempted suicide or are currently considering suicide is terrifying. And I don't want these students to have to look off of their sites to get support.
Thank you.
Member Carter, go ahead.
I just have a quick question to follow up on that. So I'm looking through this list again. So are we including site-based mental health staff here, or is this CERNA level staff?
Site-based.
It's site-based? Okay. Just wanted to clarify. Still trying to figure out this document. Thank you.
Thank you. So, let me clear this. I think the issue we're dealing with right now is that this board has a duty to offer direction to staff, and there seems to be a lot of missing alignment on the decision-making versus what a lot of board members, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, but I am mentioning that there's a lot of differing opinions on this. I think everyone understands that there's multiple positions. All positions are important. But as what was mentioned earlier a few slides ago, I think you mentioned it, special ed is like an integral, it carries a little additional weight, right? When we talk about the tie breaking or whatever that comes up, special ed gets priority. I think what we're facing here is there's a lot of things that have special ed listed next to them, and they're on the list. So it's hard to compartmentalize how that's prioritized if we're seeing it on a list for layoffs. Go ahead.
I was going to say, yes, right? They're important, but they're on there. The skipping and pieces were certificated in a very different process in terms of us being able to identify what we are not going to than what we're able to do with the rules and regulations related to classified.
Got it. I also understand that there's a process that needs to be done, but I am going to highly encourage your staff to figure out ways to have landing spots for special education positions and build some sort of priority in the next couple of weeks to ensure that we find ways to get those landing spots done before some of these other positions that are on here. And if I need to make sure that the board is in alignment, I'll get some head nods and figure out if that's where we're at. But at the very least, things that have special ed listed next to them, student sports services, as a student board member has mentioned, I think need to take some sort of precedence in this conversation. So even though if we move forward, I'm not trying to offer another amendment because we already have one amendment for the last resolution, and I can't go through here and figure out what I want to amend and what I don't want to amend, and I don't want to put you in that position again. But I do want to make it clear that I think all of us are in some level of alignment. Y'all can just look at me like, all right, I'm not. But I do need to push, I'm trying to push you in that direction, that the board sits very differently from some of the thoughts that have been brought up through this layoff list. But I still want to approve the resolution, but with the understanding that there is an emphasis on special education and student support services. And if you can say that there's a way to emphasize that and make sure that there's some priority given to those sections, then I feel like there can be a way to move forward today.
We will work closely with our labor partners as well as legal to make sure that we can do within that. If there was a way to just say these are off the board, we would have done that.
Of course.
But we will work within what we have, which is our language, our partners, our labor partners, and legal, of course.
Thank you. Member Navarro.
Yeah, I just had the same question because we voted on a criteria deviating from the termination, but it was for certificated employees. So it doesn't, so he's trying to say that we should do that with classified employees too, but this didn't apply to that, right?
Yeah, two separate, which is why for the first resolution with the layoff for certificated, and then we had the tie breaking in the skip, which applied specifically for what we do related to those credentialed positions, different than what we have to do in terms of process.
But there's a legality question about whether or not you could do that, or a collective bargaining issue regarding whether you'd be able to do that with classified staff as well? Or could we motion, Counselor, could we motion to include that as a formality? Okay.
Yes, because it is, while with certificated, we are looking at credentials, right? And we are looking at credential areas. With classified, we are looking at the rights that employees have related to not only their classification and every classification they've held, as well as their calendars, as well as their hours, right? From something on here might be a 2-hour position. There are a lot more things to look at.
Okay.
But what I can say that we will do, while I can't promise the outcome, is that we will work closely with our labor partners, ensure we are following not just the CBA, but the legal ed code as well, because we're just very limited. Once there is a reduction identified and that's approved, we will, just like last time, do our best. But that doesn't mean that we will succeed in not being able to succeed in not having layoff notices in the areas you're describing. We will try, but that's not something we can promise while following that code.
All right, thank you for answering the questions, and I admire what you do. Thank you.
I hope the board has clarity on what I've asked, and although there's no official change that we can make in that sense, there is, I think you've understood multiple avenues of what the board is saying and what we'd like to emphasize, and we'll move forward with that. So if there are no further questions or comments, I'll see if there's a motion to move as this currently stands, as this resolution currently stands.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Roll call.
Member Jean.
Aye.
Member Kayada.
Aye.
Member Benjamin.
Aye.
Member Navarro.
Aye.
Member Rhodes.
Aye.
Member Singh.
Aye.
Member Ibarra.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
12 points, moving on, 12.6, LCAP mid-year update. Real quick for the board, we are going to be over time, so I do need to see if there's a motion to allow us to extend the meeting. I'm going to push it, just to be safe, to 11:30, if that's okay. We don't have to be here till 11:30. It's 11:30 is my motion. We don't have to sit here till 11:30, but that is what we need to. Thank you, Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
5 reluctant ayes.
Good evening, Board President Singh, members of the board, and Superintendent Allen. Tonight, I'm here to present the mid-year update of the current local and Local Control and Accountability Plan, otherwise known as the LCAP. The 2024-25 school year is the first year of the current three-year cycle. That concludes the 2026-27 school year. It's late, I'm sorry. This will be a brief update that primarily focuses on the big three goals in the LCAP. And more information is included in the executive summary packet that you received that includes the update of all the metrics and the implementation status. Our LCAP has three primary goals, which we have labeled as the big three goals, and these are really the basis of the primary work of our district. Goal 1 is concerned with graduation outcomes, Goal 2 is concerned with academic outcomes, and Goal 3 is concerned with welcoming and safety outcomes in our district. In the next couple of slides, we will briefly review the primary metrics associated with these big three goals. Now, I included this slide here. This is a great slide put together by our FACE department that shows our three goals as well as the 9 equity multiplier goals. We're not going to go over those tonight, but they are included in the appendix. Within our LCAP, there are 71 total metrics. The metrics are the metrics that we use to monitor the implementation of the LCAP. As of the mid-year, 52 of those are available, 19 are not. 23 of those metrics pertain to the big three goals that are currently available. We also have 87 actions that are included in our LCAP. Now, again, we separate the regular actions of our big three goals from those in the total LCAP. So with regard to the big three goals, there are 55 actions in our LCAP. 53 of those actions are in process of being completed as of right now. There are 2 actions which have not yet begun, but again, the details of those are included in the executive summary. Now, what I want to talk about a little bit here is some of the data points with regard to our mid-year metrics. Our primary data point for our graduation outcomes, which is goal number 1, one of the primary data points happens to be graduation rates. Based on the dashboard released in November 2024, the district's graduation rate increased by 0.8 percentage points up to 84.6%. A number of our student groups experienced increases, including African American students, which saw a 2.4 percentage point jump. Of concern is that only 35.3% of our foster youth students are showing to have graduated. Our subject matter experts in our foster youth department, our foster youth service coordinator, who has attended several PAC meetings, addressed this issue with the tracking of our foster youth students and the issues that it presents with making meaningful improvements, as this cohort is not just students who are here today, but also those students who leave our district, and then the district is charged if they don't enroll in another school site. College and career preparedness is another primary metric within the Goal 1 focus on outcomes. Although African American students demonstrated a 3.5 percentage increase, which is positive, and graduates experiencing homelessness demonstrated a 3.2 percentage point increase, overall, the rate of prepared students dipped to 31.9% from the previous dashboard. We will address the steps that the district is taking to improve these outcomes as we near the end of our update. I mentioned that Goal 2 was concerned with academic outcomes. Growth in ELA and math results is the primary metric for our Goal 2 academic outcomes. In ELA, 51.5% of the students with matching CAS scores from the previous years improved on their performance. This was a slight improvement of 0.4 percentage points. A number of student groups also demonstrated an increase in the percent of students showing increase. So what that means is one of our gaps, we want to make sure that our students are growing. And our goal is that at least 80%, we want to see 80% of our students improving upon their CAS results. This year, 51.5% increase, kind of flat line because last year was 51.1%, but we are seeing an increase across various student groups. The results for math indicate that this is an area of needed focus going forward. With the exception of homeless youth, which demonstrated a 6.7 percentage increase in the percent of students improving upon their previous year's result, there were decreases across the board in the percent of students with matched scores improving on their previous year's distance from MET. Again, I'm going to be sharing various steps our district is taking to address academics as we near the end of this update. Another area of concern is in regard to suspension rates under Goal 3, which is the primary metric for that goal. On a positive note, there was a slight decrease of 0.3 percentage points, which means our percentage rate decreased from 6.1%, which means that for every 100 students last year or the previous year, 6 students were being suspended. This most previous dashboard from last year is for every 100 students, 5.8. Now, we know that 5.8 is not a real number, but in terms of a rate, we saw a slight decrease. Students with disabilities, homeless youth, and socioeconomic disadvantaged students all saw a reduction in their suspension rates, so that's good. However, for various focus groups, the percentage of students suspended remained the same or in some cases increased. One number you'll see, for example, is that for African American students, even though we did not see an increase, we still had a suspension rate of 15.3% across the district, which is saying that for every 100 African American students enrolled in our district in 2022-23, 15.3 were suspended, and we did not improve upon that number in 23-24. Again, we're going to show what the district is doing to improve upon these numbers, but I want to make sure you understand the data before you when I talk about the context of our efforts. So let's kind of talk about some of our efforts right now. With the implementation of the current LCAP, you may have heard that we've done a few things different. One of the things that the county required us to do, for example, this year with our LCAP, was to make sure that when we are reviewing our LCAP and are getting the input and feedback, they're actually having a monitor and implementation section, which means that every month we're taking to our PAC data on the goals and the strategies for those goals and actions. So with the implementation of this LCAP as part of our approval process, the district agreed to engage in a monthly LCAP implementation and monitoring check-in as a collaborative effort between the subject matter experts and its PAC to respond to and improve student outcomes. To improve culture and climate outcomes, we have continued implementing the Student Voice Kelvin survey in students grade 3 to 12. This survey provides valuable feedback for students that help site leaders identify strengths and areas for growth, guiding their next steps to foster a supportive and inclusive campus. I wanted to show you 2 data points here, just so you see the efforts this is just an example, by the way. So you see, for example, the culture and climate work that's being done. They have the professional learning as well as the monthly climate resources. These 2 data points are pulled from our dashboard, and it is showing that current year, not dashboard, but current year, we've seen a 2.4 percentage point drop in the number of students who have suspensions. Say it again, we see a 2.4% increase in the number of students who have none. So our suspension rate is going down so far. When you look at black students, black African American students on the right-hand side, Tier 1 means that they have 0 suspensions. And so in 2024, 85.2% of our students had 0 suspensions. Doesn't quite add 15.3 because it's an internal dashboard. So if you do the math, that's more than 100%. That's true, right? But 85.2% in 2024 had 0 suspensions. As of the time that we ran this about a couple weeks ago, it's up to 90.6, which means that we are seeing an increase in the number of students who are black without suspensions. And that's good. And that seems to be an indicator that the work that the district is doing is starting to take effect. That's just an example. With regard to some of the academics, and I'm running out of time, I just want to give you a highlight here, just a little bit of the work that our curriculum and instruction department is leading in our academic office with regard to improving academics regarding our ELA and math results. You heard about letters and structural literacy and SIPs and the training. One note, for example, that all our K-6 teachers have been trained in SIPs training, and a number have been trained in letters training, and a number of administrators are going to be trained in letters training as well. And so in addition to the collaborative effort with our bargaining units at MTSS, there is much work being done to improve our academics, and we can come back with data at a later point, but not 10:30 tonight. Lastly, I want to just kind of give you just a quick heads up on the A through G grant work that's happening for 9th through 12th grade. Now, again, we want to see the improvement of our graduation outcomes, and not just graduating, but how students graduate in terms of being college and career proficient. Now, if you remember the data point I gave before, 31.9% of our students are prepared for college. This is directly aimed at improving those numbers. And we're not rating to grade 11 and 12. This is actually starting in grade 9 because we know the importance of 9th grade on that metric. Before I open it up for questions, and forgive me, but I just want to make one quick statement. I want to make sure I thank our PAC members have been very, very engaged in the process with our implementation and monitoring. I also want to give a shout out to our curriculum instruction department, our academic team, our culture and climate team, our foster youth team, our homeless department. We could not do the work and make the improvements that we're making without them. We've engaged with our PI at the beginning of the school year. We've also met with our DLAC. We've met with our SAC, and we are still having additional meetings with our DLAC, and we also have scheduled meetings with our CAC. So we can't do this work in a vacuum, but want you to just kind of see where we're going, and we will stop talking so you can have questions, and that's it.
Thank you. Brian, public comment?
We do have one speaker, Terrence Gladney.
Karen Sweat, God rest her soul, used to always say, follow the money. And tonight I would say, Karen, I can't. $0 and 0 cents in a document that is a budgetarily related document are represented in this slide set. This is a regurgitation of slides that we've seen in our meetings where we repeatedly asked for financial data. I believe that mismarking at some point in the future is going to arrive in our space. It's interesting, though, because in the parent participation preschool presentation, there was plenty of financial data. But yet in this LCAP presentation or mid-year update, there's no reference, although on page 3 it says it's about expenditures and implementation. No expenditures are represented and have not been represented in our space. I have emailed staff sample reports that we did have from 2015-16 LCAP as an example of what I know is possible because we're still using the same financial reporting system. I've not received a response. I've not received a response all year while I've been continually asking for the same thing. The reason being is an example of something that impacts me directly as a expanded learning service provider in terms of supplemental services. I've been focusing on the MWLA investment. And in the LCAP that was approved by you guys this year, on page 128, it references that there's about $400,000 allocated. I was advised by youth services to go talk to principals. And when I talked to Mr. Brown today, he said that the money that he had for an MWLA during the school day instructor was reallocated to a teacher that is not serving African American or socially, economically disadvantaged students. You guys approved that money for those students and they're not receiving the results of that investment. On page 146, it references last year's, the 23-24 allocation of $855,000, of which only $409,000 was spent on in-class instructors or in school day MWLA instructors. Where did that money go? Right, we're talking about eliminating programs and services for these students and the dollars that you guys have approved. How are we supposed to track them? And we are stewards of you guys in the LCAP space, and we're not even getting responses to questions that we're raising. When we did ask specifically for additional data, and we have parking lots that are ongoing throughout the year, it was told that it will be used for staff to reference and take under their advisement in doing their work. Those are questions that we statutorily are supposed to have answered by staff.
Thank you.
And we have not in the last 2 years. So that is a question for you guys to sit and ponder on. And if we are going to truly represent you guys, at what point are you guys going to support us in making this space reflective of what we're there to do? Thank you.
Board discussion.
Sorry, real quick. I don't know if there was an executive summary that wasn't represented in these slides. I would believe that as people that you guys have appointed on your behalf, we would at least be privy to it. But we have not seen anything outside of this, which again, I saw for the first time tonight, unless you're talking about the fact that we've seen the same information over the past few months in LCAP.
Or discussion? Maybe we can answer some of those questions. Not in full detail, but is there financial information that we should be seeing, or there's information that we need to see. And it's not to put you on the spot. It's these questions are going to come up, and if we don't ask them, we don't have the data. We need to see it. So I'll let you answer that.
So at our next LCAP meeting, our Chief Business Officer is going to be presenting on our financial reporting process and already has some questions that the PAC was posing at the last meeting. We're taking notes and following up with her, and so she's going to be putting a slide deck together for a presentation for our PAC meeting.
And when is that meeting?
March 10th.
All right, thank you.
6 o'clock.
Where is that meeting?
South Carolina.
In the room, South Carolina.
Yes, South Carolina room.
Just making sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Hawaii, no.
Thank you.
Speak into existence.
That's no other questions. Thank you. To 12.7 LCAP for dependent charter schools. Ms. Goldman.
Oh, this got really high. Sorry, I'm just not that tall. All right, we'll be really quick because it's late. So I am here to present the local control and accountability plan mid-year review for our 5 dependent charter schools. I'm here with my partner in crime, Dr. Eldridge. I always like to remind us, why do we even have these plans? Like, we talk about core beliefs, and ideally you should see core beliefs in budget documents, and you should see them in accountability documents. So hopefully you see that in the work. Why are you hearing from this tonight? Just a reminder, you all are actually the governing board of these schools because they are quote unquote dependent charter schools. The way it works is they all have local steering committees, think school site council model. And then when those groups are like, yes, thumbs up, it's ready to go, then it comes to you for approval. So know that everything you're seeing tonight for all 5 of these locations has already gone through and been shared with their local constituents, and now it's coming to you. Also, as a reminder, we're just like barely 7 months into this LCAP cycle. So if you think about a 3-year plan, it would be great if we were seeing outcomes at this point, but it's also not unreasonable to not see outcomes such an early point. And you'll see that in what I share. Like, what I'm looking for from these schools right now is, are they even able to implement their actions and at this point? Like, then we're going to get to hopefully outcomes by the end of this year. But you'll see us come back in February and June every year. So as I said, these have all, your board packet includes the full mid-year report. This is going to be the most high level that I can do in 5 minutes or less. California Ed Code requires that this information is presented to you. It's information only. So I did some very, very, very high level summaries from each school. Are they at this point, 7 months in, making progress towards their metrics, and on how many? And are they 7 months in, have they actually spent money on the actions that they said they were going to spend money on? And for the most part, like, we're, I think, in a good place for where we should be at this point in the cycle, so early in the cycle. Most of their actions are funded. The ones that don't appear to be funded yet, it's usually because it's end of year things that haven't happened yet, right? And so they have funds attached to them, but not expensed at this point. So these are our high schools, and so you can see that most of our high schools are either making progress towards their metrics, which is great, and then we have a lot of actions that have funding, and we're kind of going to see over the next couple cycles how they're doing. And then our elementary schools, very similarly, particularly, we see that one of our elementary schools really strongly funding their actions. When we see one that we don't quite have all the money attached to it, right? And so that's some work that we'll do in our end of year update to make sure that those actions actually have funding sources attached to them. And that is all I have to say on the subject. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them, and thank you for your time.
We do not.
I just have a question. Isn't AM Win part of this?
No, AM Win is not a charter school. So these are only the locally funded charter schools. So Bowling Green, which has 2 sides, McCoy and Chacon, George Washington Carver, New Technology, the Met, and New Joseph Bonheim.
I just want to highlight that, was it 2 or 3 years ago when I sat in a steering committee at Bowling Green? So to see this chart just shows the improvement of the work that you're doing, and I just want to say thank you for that work and congratulations, because we're seeing positive outcomes.
Thank you, and really, it's the principals. I'm just here to put their voices in the room.
Your organization, right? So don't take away from the congratulations, Amanda, just accept it.
All right. I don't see any other comments, so thank you. All right, item 12.8, 25-26 Governor's Budget Proposal Update.
Good evening again. President Singh, board members, student board member, and Superintendent Allen. My name is Cindy Tao, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Tonight, I am pleased to introduce item 12.8, an informational presentation on the 25-26 Governor's State Budget Proposal, released earlier this year on January 10th. This update is a key component in our planning process as we move closer to the adopted 25-26 budget in June. To provide a high-level overview of the governor's budget proposal, we are joined by Leilani Aquinado, Director of Governmental Relations at School Services of California. Please join me in welcoming her as she shares the latest updates on the state budget proposals. The floor is yours. Just press this.
Okay, great. Thanks, Cindy. Good evening. Leilani Aguinaldo with School Services of California. Happy to be here with you today to talk, as Cindy mentioned, very high level and within 9 minutes, about the governor's proposal for the 25-26 state budget. So this is where we are, right? Some of you have already heard the spiel in previous years. So just as a reminder, this is what the roadmap is basically as far as budget negotiations go for the state budget each year. The governor released his budget proposal on January 10 of this year. Budget subcommittee hearings are starting now in full swing. We do have a bit more detail about the budget proposals that were released on January 10 because we do now have what we refer to as trailer bill language, which accompanies those draft proposals. And so that includes another level of detail for all of these proposals. And yes, I will overuse the word proposal throughout today. So the next milestone will be when the governor releases a May revision, which is an update to the state budget. And then, of course, the hope and the expectation is that the legislature and the governor will sign the state budget for 25-26 before the start of the fiscal year on July 1. So starting very high level, Proposition 98. So this is the funding that, it's a minimum level of funding that the state is required to provide for K-14 education. So it does include, I say K-14, I should say TK-14, but that does also include community colleges in it. So what you will see here in the middle pair of bar graphs for 24-25, there is a slight increase in what the governor has included for proposition, or what the governor has forecasted for the Proposition 98 level for 24-25, a slight increase from the level that was included in the enacted budget. And again, this is for the current year. In 25-26, we don't have a blue bar because there was no projection included for 25-26 as part of the enacted budget, but you will see here that for 25-26, the governor forecasts a slight reduction relative to 24-25. The Proposition 98 level in the current year, but it is still a little bit higher than what was included in the enacted budget for the current year. And this is the funding that ultimately shapes the amount of money that is allocated for public schools and for community colleges in the state. The uptick in the Proposition 98 level for the current year, as well as for the budget year 25-26, that's notable because that uptick in Proposition 98 that's forecasted, that's what forms any additional state revenues that then is able to be invested in schools and community colleges as part of the governor's budget proposal. And those would be money that is available for new investments. However, there are some risks, right? There's a lot of words here on this graph. The main thing to emphasize here is we had wildfires, right? That started right when the governor unveiled his budget proposal. And so because of these wildfires, California, as well as the state, or excuse me, as well as Washington, D.C., has extended the 2024 tax filing deadline for Los Angeles County. So this does throw a wrench into the planning that is critical for the budget negotiations for budget planning for 25-26. Because the tax filing deadlines have been extended to October 15 rather than April 15, that's a lot of uncertainty then in these revenues for the current year, which will lead to a lot of guesstimation when the governor and the legislature have to negotiate their budgets after the May revision, and then, of course, leading up to the enacted budget. Because normally we have better numbers, we have more accurate numbers for revenues, and so they have more information to be able to anticipate how much money in the current year. So now what we're hoping is that we are able to avoid a repeat of what happened in the 2020-2021 fiscal year, where they overestimated what the revenues were for that year, and then they had to make some adjustments in the following years. So that is the wrinkle that we are bracing ourselves for as far as a level of uncertainty and as far as the total amount of money that will be available as part of Proposition 98. So again, this chart is provided more for your reference. I think the key data points here to highlight or to hone in on are the Department of Finance planning COLA, right? 2.43% is what they have projected for 25-26. And then the employer rate for CalSTRS, that's expected to remain the same, but there is expected to be a slight uptick in the employer rate for CalPERS, right? So that's something that districts around the state will need to brace themselves for, is that slight uptick. PERS is expected to do a final adoption of the employer rate this spring for 25-26. So the next series of slides will be summaries of the proposals that were included in the governor's budget that he released in January. For the LCFF equity multiplier, I included this not because there are any changes. There's no changes proposed to the program. However, in Dr. Eldridge's presentation just a few minutes ago, he included mention of the equity multiplier schools. And I think one of the things that we should keep in mind for the 24-25 identified equity multiplier schools, many districts around the state are anticipating a shift in which those schools will be, right? Every year, there is potential for schools no longer being eligible for as equity multiplier schools, and then new schools becoming eligible for equity multiplier. So that's the main reason for this slide, is just to send that reminder. And today, actually, just a few hours ago, the California Department of Education released the list of equity multiplier schools for 24-25. So I'm sure at some point in the future, you'll get an update on what those schools will be for Sac City Unified. UTK, some significant proposals here. On the left are current law. These are all changes that I'm sure the district team is already working towards implementing. And then on the right here is what the governor's budget proposal includes to fund some of these significant changes coming down the pipe. So in 25-26 will be the final year of full implementation towards universal transitional kindergarten, right? So we continue, it's the final extension of the birth dates for students eligible for TK. And as part of that, in the governor's budget proposal on the right, the governor does continue to provide augmented funding to support the extended birthdays that are now going to be captured as part of UTK. On the next row, starting in 25-26, this one is a biggie for districts around the state. Currently, the student to adult ratio for TK is 12-1. In 25-26, that requirement changes. This is already current law. That ratio will drop to 10-1 in all TK classrooms starting in 25-26. Under current law, there is an intent to fund that lower ratio. The governor does propose additional funds to go to districts to fund that additional staff that may be required to get to that 10-1. So it is a significant amount of money that the governor has proposed for this. I will add that there already is considerable back and forth with the Legislative Analyst's Office, so we fully expect that the additional money that the governor has proposed for this ratio add-on will be subject to negotiation in the next few months. And then the LPAC is something that is no longer required or no longer allowed for TK students because it's not developmentally appropriate. The governor does propose funding to identify a new screener to make sure our English learner TK students are properly identified so that their needs can be met in the TK classroom. Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. The governor, for the first time, does propose to augment funding for ELOP, but with this additional funding, there will be a significant expansion of the requirement to offer and provide access to this program. Currently, the UPP for Rate 1 to provide universal or to offer universal access for elementary school students, the cutoff is 75%. They get a higher per pupil rate at this level, but what that also means is you must offer and provide access to all of your students in grades TK through 7. The governor's budget proposal reduces that threshold to 55%. So for Sac City Unified, this is something that would definitely bring more funds into the district, but it would also require a considerable expansion of your existing ELOP program, right? Because again, right now with the lower funding level, you are only required to offer and provide access to all of your unduplicated students. That requirement would increase if this proposal goes forward. Another biggie that is part of the governor's budget proposal is a $1.8 billion one-time, flexible, very discretionary block grant that would go out on a per ADA basis. Our understanding and the trailer bill language includes considerable flexibility for this. Our calculation at School Services is this money would go out at $323 per ADA is how this would pencil out. But this is one that we have considerable caution for districts to include in their budgets at this time because we fully expect that the distribution of this money will be subject to negotiation. Not just the total $1.8 billion, right? We talked earlier a few slides ago about what the risks were for Proposition 98. So as those numbers, as those revenues come in this year, this is one of those places where this number, this $1.8 billion, could definitely be ratcheted down if they realize that there's not enough money for Proposition 98 as they had proposed in January. The allocation methodology could considerably change. So a lot of cautions there around this $1.8 billion that is proposed. Just a couple more slides here. 378.6 billion, or excuse me, million, huge difference. 378.6 million, this would be a restoration of learning recovery emergency block grant funds that were originally provided to districts. Back in 22-23, when LREBG was first proposed or first provided for districts, the funding level was 7.9 billion. The following year, because they needed to rein in some of the investments, this amount was cut by 1.1 billion, so I apologize, there's a few words missing there in that first bullet. But when they cut 1.1 billion from the LREBG at the state level, there was a promise to restore a portion of that money over 3 years, so this would be the first restoration of those funds that is proposed. And as a reminder, there is a needs assessment that is required as part of the use of these funds. So here, last slide, at School Services, summarizing, we know all of these proposals that are on the table, that would be great investments for schools around the state, right? But again, because these are all proposals, there will be considerable budget negotiations between the legislature and the governor over the next few months. So while we encourage internal conversations about the potential for these new requirements associated with these funds, we also, again, encourage considerable caution in actually building these into your budgets at this time because of all of these negotiations that we anticipate. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do you have any public comment?
We do not.
Board discussion, questions? I'm just going to say thank you.
Yeah.
And then if folks come up with questions, we'll reach out.
That's the perk of going at the end. So thank you.
All right, folks. So our future board meetings, March 6th and March 20th. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.